Hey, folks. I'm going to get started in just a second here. Um, so, yeah, hang on. Hey, Pure. How's it going? Not an accident this time, no. Yeah, Y-Fan on X, grabbing popcorn. Yeah. Um, I'm just making sure I'm set up here. Yep, this is a purely rant stream. I'm not even kidding. I'm going to completely rant. Completely rant about something and then end the stream. I wasn't even supposed to stream today. But I could not rant. So you're getting a free multi-hour rant stream. I might cover some of the things that I ranted about yesterday. I'm gonna cover some new stuff. But yeah, just a sec, folks. Okay. Getting spoiled with all the streams this week. Yeah. You sure are. All like 5 of you who watch me. I'm really just I'm peanuts. I'm peanuts in the space. All right. So now I'm going to test if I can let me just make sure I got this right. I'm going to switch over. Okay, and then I had 30 people watching the last stream only because I got rated by Chris. Yeah. I'm gonna play this. I want to make sure that the audio comes through from the video.
For a while, because I think I know a decent bit about front end. A lot of y'all don't seem to know that my history is actually.
Hopefully, the audio did come through. If somebody would be so kind as to confirm. Yeah, they stayed and then they called me interesting today on Chris's stream. Yeah, audio came through. Yeah. Yeah, they called me interesting today, and you know, I think there's a few people on, like Chris himself, and a few people on his stream who disagree with me, but they were nice about it, which I can 100% respect. So, yeah. Okay. I think I'm good. Wait, I have one last thing. Okay, gotta have that ready to go too. Yeah, I do. Okay. Oh, stupid ads on Twitch. Let's get the ads out of the way. Let's just get them done. Let's just get it over with. Enjoy your hot takes. Makes me think about what's going on and how I want to proceed. Imperious, I don't want to because I like you. But I will frickin' ban you. Stop it, Imperious. Just stop it. And then I'll charge you like $50 to get on band. It's, chump change for you, right? Chump change. Yeah, I mean, shut up, Imperious. I didn't say I loved you. I said I liked you. Imperious, you're taking this way too far. You're taking it way too far, Imperious. Yeah, Pure. It's a difficult state to be in because in order for things to get better, you essentially have to make a massive cultural change, and persuade the minds of not just programmers, but I would argue primarily programmers. They can kind of like, we have a lot of power, but we kind of scapegoat it to other things in certain respects. So we're memeing ourselves into a bad spot, and then we're going like, why would we do this to ourselves? That's what I think is actually happening. You know that meme, I can't remember what the heck it is, like the actual name for it, but it's the guy who bangs the other dude on the chair, and then he's like, why would you do this? Looking at the audience, it's clearly he did it. Everyone saw him do it. It's like that, except we're doing it to ourselves. Hey, Ghost Magic on Twitch. How you doing, man? Yeah, Imperious. Sure, you can take that up with my sister. Don't buy the RTX 5. I wouldn't right now. I would wait. Maybe I would buy it, but just wait. It's just, yeah, that's all I'll say. This is true dedication. There's 30 seconds left on the Twitch ad. I'm gonna stay up for the stream. Got a bagel, some painkillers. Should be around for a while. Nice. All right, out of the ads. You didn't miss anything. So let me just get started. Listen, I'm gonna try and keep an eye on the Twitch ads and pause when there are ads so nobody misses anything on the Twitch side. So I apologize to anybody watching on wherever, LinkedIn, Rumble, YouTube, X, because I'm multi-streaming to a few places. It sucks. Twitch kind of forces my hand. So when Twitch ads come on, I have to wait for them. So I'll do my best to do that. I'm probably going to ignore most of chat. Otherwise, I'm never going to get through it. So you can all pop off on chat and do whatever you like. But yeah, I'm just going to get to it. So here's the deal, folks. Non-family friendly stream. All right. So I will be going off the rails. So to begin with, I will just sum up my current view on just the general tech industry. It has been captured by cult ideologies in the form of frameworks, libraries, and languages, and perhaps even paradigms. Ways of programming, for example, are very cult-like. If it's not complete cult, then it is very cult-like, at bare minimum. We have catered to the simplest. I'm trying to find a good way to say it, and it's really difficult to say it in a way that actually it captures what I'm thinking. We have catered to programmers who have spent the least amount of time programming. Maybe their capability of understanding fundamental concepts, difficult concepts, hard concepts of programming is like, they do have that capability, but they have not yet reached that capability. Therefore, we cater to them first. So all these tools, build steps, things that we're about to go over, they cater to these people. Part of the reason is because businesses need to ship something and drive value. Now, I went over this yesterday, and essentially what's happened is back in like the 70s, 80s, a decent part of the 90s, we had programmers who entered into the web dev space, but they had to start with a far more restrictive set of hardware, which means that they actually had to know something. As a matter of fact, I would make the argument that you could pull somebody straight, you could just time warp them straight out of the 80s, give them a kind of like a map overview of hardware we use today, and they would pretty much understand what's going on. Not so with web. Web has become a completely different thing. And what happened is companies that thrived off of the booming economy of web in the late 90s, early 2000s didn't actually have web developers. Who were web developers before there were web developers? It was programmers who actually knew their shit because they worked in restrictive, sometimes complex hardware mechanisms. These are the guys you would pull and you'd say, hey, we have a business that runs on the web. I know you don't know web, but can you help us build for the web anyways? Here are the specifications of what it takes to ship HTML from a server to a browser, how it works, etc. And someone like that is going to sit down and actually, for the most part, understand what it means when you send data or when you send HTML over the wire, when you send a post request, when you send dynamic data versus static data, how you start, like all these things are going to be very easy to grasp for someone who came out of that world. And then as time goes on, these people get older and they start retiring, or they get that sweet exit money or whatever it is, they're leaving the company, and businesses start shitting themselves and they're going, oh no, we don't have people who know as much as this guy does. And I'm not just saying that, I've been in the room where this conversation took place. And what happens is the executives get in a room, everybody's panicking because the most knowledgeable guy in the room is leaving soon. And he's the most knowledgeable because he comes from an era where these things are taught to you somewhat by necessity, if nothing else. Whereas the people who come out straight out of the web dev world just focus on the web dev space and that's all they know. So they don't have that broader depth of what's going on with the hardware and software and all of that. So businesses go, well, what are we going to do? We don't have the developers in-house to handle the same things that these smart guys, quote unquote, the guys with a broader depth of knowledge do. Well, how about you, Mr. Broader Depth Knowledge guy, create a tool or a system or a library or a language or a framework where our developers who don't know as much as you can do the same thing as you, so that our business can keep running. And for a lot of developers in that position, this sounded very appealing, because it meant that, say, their stocks or whatever, skin in the game they had for a company would just expand, right? So they could ride off into the sunset and they could trust that the company would generally head in the right direction because they created a tool that catered to developers who didn't know as much as they did. Not because they couldn't know it, not because they were incapable of knowing it, not because they were stupider, nothing like that. It's just that they didn't, and there was no incentive for them to. Why does that incentive not exist? Because a lot of those developers go, holy crap, you can't expect us to meet requirements that this guy can meet with the current knowledge that we have. And so businesses go, oh, well, when like 100 developers tell us that they can't do something that somebody else could do, well, then we better cater to the 100 developers because we still have to pay their paychecks, which means we still have to make money, which means we still have to ship something for our customers to actually have something to pay us for. So the entire thing comes from like the entire spectrum of what changed and why the paradigm of how we did front end changed is because web developers could not keep up with what was actually going on. And it's not necessarily web developers are dum-dums. It's more about what we teach web developers or what we don't teach them actually, and what they spend most of their time learning. And it's only gotten worse because as soon as you start introducing layers of abstraction in order to let developers who don't know as much not have to worry about the stuff they don't know, then at some point someone's only going to know that first layer, right? And then they're going to leave, and then the other developers who also only know that first layer are going to be like, well, what do we do now? Uh, we don't know as much as the guy who worked in this first layer. Well, now we have to create a second layer to cater to the next lowest denominator of programmers, and so on and so on and so on. And the reason why the web is the worst offender is because it is the easiest place to introduce these cult-like mentalities. Why is it a cult-like mentality? We'll get to it because it's in the video that we're about to go over. And yes, it's a long video. I'm going to play it somewhat a little bit faster, so we don't have to watch the whole thing in full speed. But the video is from Theo T3. So this is his video, and he's reading from a blog post. One sec. Excuse me. This blog post is from someone who is fed up with front-end development. And he goes over a lot of the reasons that I generally tend to agree with. And I'm going to be as absolutely charitable as I can be to Theo here, because I think that he does make some points that I can, at the very least, compromisingly agree with, if not fully agree with. So this is not I don't want this to come across as a dunk on Theo session. Rather, what I would like to do is try and focus on the ideas being presented here. And I'm going to try my best to focus on the statements themselves and not the people making the statements. I want to be clear about that. If I fail to do that, which I am very concerned that I'm going to fail to do that, then I'm going to pre-apologize, because there's nothing more dumb and retarded in a debate when you just do ad hominem attacks. And if you look at some of the comments on YouTube, on X, etc., and we're going to see some comments on screen on Theo's Twitch chat as he's reading these, a lot of it is ad hominem attacks, and that's just retard level debate. If you can't go beyond ad hominem attacks, then frankly, you probably are pretty motherfucking stupid, and you don't belong in a debate space at all. Why are you even here? So I'm going to do my best to just avoid that. But if for whatever reason my brain just cannot deal with that, that's on me. Let me wait for the sirens to pass. Because they're loud. All right, here we go. So I'm going to start playing it and listen in. I'll set it to... Okay. We'll go 1.25 and we'll just start listening, and we're just going to go through it and see what's what.
A rant about front-end development. This is one that I've been sitting on for a bit. I've seen a couple people sharing this article, and I've wanted to read it for a while because I think I know a decent bit about front-end. A lot of y'all don't seem to know that my history is actually back-end, not front-end, and I'm relatively new to the front-end world still. I only started writing front-end code actively in 2018. Most of my career before then was doing crazy stuff in the back-end, and even after that point, I was still doing a lot of back-end things. So I think I'll have an interesting perspective here. Because
okay. A tiny bit too loud? Okay, let me turn it down just a little bit. Hopefully that helps a little bit. So right off the bat here, Theo starts off by saying, I'm relatively new to front end because I started in 2018. So we're talking approximately, 6, maybe seven years doing front end development. This is not a dunk on Theo, but this is something that I think a lot of people feel. It's the imposter syndrome. Right? I think there's a little bit of imposter syndrome coming out here. And the reason why I say that is because a lot of people, particularly in my personal interactions, okay, so this is not by any measure a statistical, quantifiable thing that I'm saying. It's just my anecdotal experience is most people that I've interacted with who do front end, especially exclusively, suffer heavily from imposter syndrome, even if they've been in it for a long time. And the reason why they feel like they're an imposter is because even after 6, maybe 7 years of doing front end, they still haven't gripped the core things about front end that they need to grip. Now that's a number of different reasons, including some reasons that one could say are beyond the control of the programmers themselves. That's understandable, but it's just something to consider that something's going on with front end where you can spend 6 to 7 years, you can be a relatively big influencer like Theo here, and you can still say something like, I'm relatively new to it. Let's continue.
Because yes, I'm a front-end leaning influencer, but I also have deep roots in back-end stuff. So my perspectives often find myself disagreeing with other people who have strong takes on front-end being great, but also the people who say front-end is all terrible, you should just be rendering HTML from the server. I'm somewhere between them, so I'm really excited to see how I feel about this.
We'll get back to whatever Theo's talking about in a second. First, we need to hear from today's sponsor, G2I. Before we go into them, we need to understand and accept 2 key truths.
To be fair to the video, because I'm literally leveraging a video that Theo created, I want to be absolutely 100% as fair as I can. We're going to sit through the sponsor. He did put time in to make this video. It would be completely unfair of me to skip, his content, right, and his work. So I'm not going to do that. Yep, we're going to watch the whole thing. We're going to go through. I want to be as fair as I can possibly be.
About hiring right now. First, it is pretty difficult to hire great engineers. There's a lot of friction. There's a lot of issues trying to find them in the first place, much less hire them and get them at your company. And second, most recruiting agencies are garbage. You shouldn't need me to tell you that. We all get spammed with them every day. They have no idea what they're doing. They're not even technical. Not only is G2I technical, they are some of the most technical. This is the crew that runs React Miami, which is my favorite React conference, and it's not even close. The amount of fun I had there last year was unbelievable, and I will be there every year I possibly can in April, coming out if you're around. They do things very differently, though. They already have over 8,000 talented engineers ready to go. They have full interviews in video that you can go through to see these engineers, what their strengths and weaknesses are, and if they fit. And most importantly, they'll get them working in your code base in days, and you get a 7-day free trial with that engineer to see if they're a good fit or not. Unbelievable. No more bad hires, no more stress about bringing somebody in who's terrible, no more chaotic hiring processes and mess. You can just skip to the part where you get the good engineer, and if they're not a good fit, you just move on. Hassle-free. And this isn't just the US. I know people are concerned about that. They hire for the US, Latin America, and Europe. So if you're hiring today, you really should give G2I a shot. Check them out today at soydev.link/G2I and tell them Theo sent you. A rant about front-end dev. Thank you, Frank Taylor, for writing this. I'm very excited to read it. I am a front-end developer who is fed up about front-end development. If you write front-end, this isn't about you personally. Okay, thank you. For writing a lot of front-end recently. I just redid the homepage for Upload Thing, and I'm working on a whole other project. It was like 95+% client-side code. So thankful. It's about how your choices make me angry. Okay, interesting angle. Curious to see where this goes. Also, this is about how my choices have made me angry. So this is about their choices annoying them. But also, this is mostly just about choices. The technologies are incidental. I am thankful I'm recording this when I am, because I just published a video that might end up being us agreeing. My do be late video, which super underperformed, but honestly kind of expected that with this one going in. I am proud as hell of this video. I think it's one of my best and most important ones, because I don't think it's a good idea to be early to new technologies. The only reason you should be early to a new tech is because you really like that new tech and you want to take the risk of jumping on something early. But jumping on something early gives you no benefit and a ton of potential risk. I only started writing React in 2018, and I am one of the most prominent people in the React ecosystem. If your company is looking for experts to hire in React, I'm one of the people they might be talking to looking for those experts. And I got in halfway through React's current life. So it doesn't actually benefit you much being early. If anything, your brain's just going to be rotted by things that get changed, and then you won't like the changes and you can't embrace the new. So don't rush to be early to new things. It's okay to use a tech stack that's many years old.
Okay. So this is actually something I can agree with. A lot of people feel this way about Zig. So this isn't just a front end thing, right? Zig is more of a back end thing. Because you're essentially writing something at the machine, like on the computer, like, think of that nature. And Zig is like that. I got in and jumped in with Zig when it was early. It's technically still considered early because it's not even version 1. I was writing my video game on the browser, compiling to WebAssembly, etc. And a lot of people's complaints, not necessarily mine, because I didn't feel this pain point because I stuck to one version, but people who actually actively use Zig are, one of the pain points that I hear is that it changes so much between versions that it breaks things. So this is actually a good take. I agree with this take. Same with HTMX. Think about what HTMX has now versus what it did before. HTMX is a much simpler, like, what would you call it? Like, I don't know, library, framework, whatever the proper term is. It's a much simpler set of code paradigms. So it hasn't, by comparison to other things, it hasn't moved a lot. But jumping in now is going to feel definitely a bit better than jumping in the when it first came out, which is one of the things that I did, and I had to kind of work around things that are now just part of the core. So 100% agree so far. This is starting off with a good take. Yeah.
I'm curious to see if we end up in a similar place as I read this. Note, the views expressed in here are not those of my employer. They are probably the views of thousands of people just like me. Maybe thousands more. Let us know in the comments if you end up agreeing with this article or not. Okay, it's full of profanity. That's fine. I'll insert my own. Ask your Scrum Master if 8 points of profanity is too much to handle today. Hey, psychotic. Anyways. Quoth the Raven on your merge requests. Nevermore. First, some background. I have neither a computer science degree nor an engineering degree, but I have worked in web technology since the second Bush administration. While we're exact opposites, I do have a CS degree, and I have an audio engineering degree, and I have only worked in web dev since 2018. This author has a very different experience. This will be very interesting to see how we agree and disagree. I've worked in a variety of roles, ranging from business analyst, tester, all the way through developer, consultant, and principal architect. Okay, in that sense, we're actually quite similar. I did agency work for 11 years before making the choice to work for a very large tech company. I have worked across sectors like insurance, healthcare, retail, banking, investing, marketing, and manufacturing. I have worked with global brands, which are household names. I have written a lot of front-end code for a lot of companies. I have also dealt with a lot of consequences created by the front-end code. My criticisms come from my role as a front-end developer and as someone affected by a front-end developer. I like how well they're qualifying themselves, saying what they are and they aren't, and how to take this, so to speak. I don't do this anywhere near enough. They're doing it a little too much, but it's honestly better to overqualify than under in this sense, to make sure people know you're not trying to reach outside of your space. So I get accused of that a lot.
Okay. So I have a first small disagreement here. This is an argument where people think that you can make an argument based on authority. An argument does not have its crux based on authority. Someone who is an authority on something can have an entirely bad idea. And you can take that idea and have Joe Blow from Kokomo down the street and come up with a completely valid counter without any authority whatsoever. Not all arguments or criticisms or what positive or negative or ideas need to come from a position of authority, nor do you need to appeal to authority to make a sound argument. So I would be concerned if someone ever had to qualify any argument that they had to make, saying, I've done a whole bunch of this means that my idea should be taken more seriously, I think is just fundamentally wrong, and it's a bad way to do argumentation. In some cases, yes, you do want to have some kind of appeal to authority, or at the very least, we do that in our lives kind of like, pretty much daily. We often just have to just assume that an authority that knows something that we don't is doing something that is beneficial for us. But that is very different than making an argumentative case and having a back and forth and then saying, well, no, I'm right because I'm the authority figure on this.
Anyways, first point, no one gives a shit about content. I'll take an L. I think my content is worth giving a shit about. I like my content. That's why I made it. I gave a shit about content and there was no good content, so I made my own. Okay, there was good content, but there was like blog posts and tutorials for beginners. And I made content because I wanted something more senior and more engaging and more fun. Let's see where this goes though. Unless it's a content.
I just want to be like charitable here. So he's saying like there was no good content. So just to be like as charitable as I can think of being, he might mean there was no good content that really compelled him. And so he decided, well, why don't I make the content that I would like to see that I feel is missing? That's kind of where I'm at too.
Specialized front-end developer who works specifically in the content management space. Oh, this is for CMS stuff. Fun. God, if this is just a rant about the CMS bubble, I am fully with them. You might have noticed I never took a CMS sponsor, and that's not because they're not offering. I had a lot of options to take a CMS sponsor, and there's one I actually really like that I'm considering working with. But their angle is no longer CMS because they realize there's too many of those, they're cringe, they suck. Yeah, CMSs, content management systems for those who don't know, are our attempt to unbundle WordPress so that it can be used in all these other web dev contexts. It's all a mess. There's way too many of them. None of them are particularly like better than others. They were just rushing because they want to be part of the Jamstack bubble. So if this is about that, we're going to agree. Unless it's a...
Okay. There is a distinction here. So I somewhat disagree here. WordPress is a CMS. So using a CMS to unbundle from an existing CMS is definitely a little odd to me. And CMS is a loaded term as well, because it depends on what you mean by content management system. If you take it in like the strict adherence of the words content, management system, then what you could say is like that a CMS simply is the ability to manage individual chunks of HTML that get sent to the browser. And then you could load it all the way up to what CMS is currently loaded in the space, in term like the term CMS. What I mean by that is CMS is not just what do you ship. It's also like all the added features that come along with a CMS system. So roles, permissions, WYSIWYG editors, CMS chunks, like chunks of content that get like dynamically put in different places, layout engines, you name it. There's all kinds of things, features that are added to just beyond just straight up content management. So I'm not quite sure I follow here, but it's kind of a small kind of disagreement on CMS, and partly because it's such a loaded term, I think.
Content specialized front-end developer who's working specifically in the content management space and is specialized in writing front-end code for content management systems, CMSs. These are the only people who actually care about content. That's fair. Did you count how many times I had to write both front-end and content? Too fucking many. I've mentored quite a few bootcamp grads. There are exactly 0 grads from 0 bootcamps who have ever been told users go to websites for content. 0. They all think it's their moral imperative to make sure every site is built in React.
Okay, so I'm actually going to disagree with the author here a little bit, in that no, it is not only people in CMS who care about content. There are people who write completely static websites, and I've been a part of this, where your site is completely static. Maybe you are just creating HTML pages, like just literally you're just creating HTML pages, and that's your content. These people do not do CMS with the definition of the loaded term CMS that we have. They're literally just creating HTML as content. They care about their content. So I don't think that you can say only people in content management who use content management systems care about content. But if you just take in the content management space and you remove the systems portion, if that's what the author truly means to say here, which is kind of like what the words indicate, then okay, yes. Now, here's the other thing. Well, okay, let's keep going for a bit.
The crappy ones, sure. But I like to think most bootcamp grads know that they don't know everything, and they're just going to look at you confused when you say you're using something else. Like, this is both assuming more of the bootcamp grads and less of them. Because I think most bootcamp grads, when you say that you're using Angular, their response is going to be, ew, every site should be React. Think that you're assuming too much because their response is going to be, what's Angular? But you're also assuming too little because you think that they will only acknowledge sites that use the tech they like. But the point that bootcamp grads only know React and they're scared of other things, that I can absolutely get behind.
So can I. And I took the time sorry about the flashbang, folks, but I took the time to actually go and look up some statistics, as many as I could possibly find, about a bootcamp grads and what happens with them. So let's just make sure that what he's saying has, and what I think I agree with, has any credibility, and I think it does. So this is a 2019 survey, so obviously things are going to be much different today. But even in 2019, you can see that, for example, a study by TripleByte found that while bootcamp grads often outperformed computer science degree holders in web development roles, computer science graduates tended to do better in more complex algorithms and low-level systems design. Computer science degree holders often have an advantage when it comes to advancing to senior tech roles or moving into management positions. So, like, already you can kind of see that there's a hint here that bootcamp graduates are going to essentially favor the thing that they were taught. And I think what kind of solidifies their favor is something like, let me see if I can find the stats here. Just one sec. Okay. The employment rate for computer science graduates was around 76% within 6 months of graduation. So what happens is you go through a boot camp course, You get taught something like React, but it does not have to be React. This can be, you can replace React with literally anything. And then you can say, once you come out of it, if you have a 76% chance of getting a job within 6 months, yeah, you're going to favor the thing that got you through that you learned through boot camp and that got you that job. Yeah. So this makes total sense. So then when you come to someone who is a boot camp grad and you're like, whoa, wait, let's take an extreme case, right? Where you go, hey, the thing that you learned is not actually as good as you think it is. Of course, a boot camp grad who has that job, is reasonably well paying, feels good about what they've done because they've accomplished something, which they have. They're going to go, what are you talking about? You're telling me that I'm wrong, but here I am with you. You know, maybe I'm side by side working with you. Maybe we work at the same company and I'm making money. I'm getting the paycheck that I wanted to get, et cetera, et cetera. Like, you know, so of course they're going to think about it from that perspective, right? Does that mean that all of them do that? No, of course there are exceptions to the rule, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But this makes complete sense.
Worked with exactly 0 computer science grads who have ever heard the phrase content before code. Unless the front-end dev has been forced by threat of not being able to pay rent to care about content, they don't fucking care. This is wild to me because HTML5 semantics exist, and their whole ass reason for existence is, in fact, having an understanding of content. You can't write content managed HTML if you don't understand the content. You can't write semantic HTML if you don't understand the content. You can't write SEO-ready HTML without understanding the content. You can't write accessible HTML without understanding the content. Oof, that's a really fair point. I could rant about that for a while. And you can't write good HTML without understanding the content. I like this author already. For those
I agree.
who don't quite follow, content is the general word for the things on the page that aren't literally the like HTML elements. So all of this content is probably in a div. All the things here are in a div that's in an article tag, that's in a p tag. None of that is the content. The content is the actual things inside here, like the pictures, like the post content, all of these types of things. Those are the content. It doesn't matter how good you are at code. If you don't deeply understand why a user's going to the site and what they are here for, your code's going to suck. If you have a great engineer that doesn't understand the product and a shitty engineer that does, I'll take the shitty engineer that understands the product every time because it's a lot easier to coach somebody through their shitty engineering practice than to try and make someone care about a product they don't care about. This is also why the best engineers at almost every company are the ones who actually care about and use the product. One of the most painful experiences I ever had as a dev was when I joined a team at Twitch that was working on a product called Twitch Studio. And I learned that despite having multiple people on the team who streamed, none of them used the product we were building, Twitch Studio, for streaming. They all used OBS. So they come to the day job, work on this app where they almost kind of looked down on the users and didn't care that much about how it worked because they were too busy using OBS. So they didn't care. It doesn't matter if Studio works or not because they're using OBS anyways. You don't understand the content if you don't at least explore the platform you're working on. And so many devs just don't get it at all. Like, to go back to the bootcamp grad thing, if I had a bootcamp grad that streamed, spent a lot of time on Twitch and deeply understood creators because they were a nerd about it, and I had a dev that might be way more experienced in writing code but doesn't care about the streaming world at all, I would take the bootcamp grad every time. So it's kind of weird having bootcamp grad be the starting point here if this is the focus, because I absolutely agree here. It's insane that people dedicate their lives to building complex applications without any understanding of the things going in between their divs. Like, that's crazy to me. Zero.
Okay. I actually disagree with this take. Hot take time. I agree that you should be trying your own product. Okay? So think about it like at any other industry. Think about it like what would you think of a CEO of a car company who never drove his own car? The car that the company he is the CEO of produces. You wouldn't think very highly of that CEO, right? How would they know what's going on if they themselves have not even driven the car? Okay. Now, we're not really asking the CEO of a company to drive their own website. That's not really what we're asking for. What's being presented here is the person who made the thing, not the person who ran the thing at an executive level. The person who made the thing needs to drive their own thing. That is good, but it is also bad. Here's why. Because if you get the mechanic who single-handedly built a car to drive that car, they're going to notice problems. Of course they are. But what's going to happen is they're going to psychologically excuse other problems. So they're going to say, they're going to see a problem or think, maybe the problem doesn't even fully register in their head, but they're going to drive that car, they're going to see a problem, and they're going to go, yeah, but I know why this problem exists. It's fine. It's actually, there's actually nothing wrong with this. The car is completely usable. It's completely safe. They might even come up with excuses immediate excuses as to why the thing is the way it is. Well, we don't have time to add it. It's an extra nice thing. My CEO's not going to give me time to fix this, on the car, things like this, right? So developers dog fooding only gets you so far. Now, the other aspect is actually on screen right now. This comment, this is what I think is more critical, and we completely miss this. The number of clients who won't explain to me what I'm supposed to be building their site for is mind-boggling. They're like, why can't you just build the site? And I'll take it one step further. The number of clients who can't explain why a site or a piece of software or a mobile app or their phone or a video game or their hardware does not work the way they want it to function is huge. It's a vast number of clients who cannot explain these things. And when something cannot be explained, then it cannot be brought to the attention of the people building that thing. So we have a problem where the users, who are not the people who create it, who are not the people who typically work in that space, cannot explain why something is wrong. And instead of saying, if something feels wrong here, can we please fix it? Consumers tend to do what we as developers do. It's good enough. We dog food our own tools and we go, it's good enough. Because even we have made things so complicated that for us, we probably have a better chance of explaining what's actually going on, why something feels wrong. But we actually think of it more of like, oh my God, this is going to take so much work. I'm going to have to spend however many hours I'm going to have to spend to learn something in order to even explain why I feel something is wrong and why I think we need to fix it. So if that's what it feels like to us, what does it feel like to a consumer? They have no hope. So it's not just about developers dog fooding, which is important, but it's also about the fact that we actually depend. If clients and consumers actually knew how to explain why everything is shit in the IT industry, we might be shocked at what is being told to us and what just kind of gets swept under the rug as, okay, well, I don't know how to explain this, so I guess I just have to assume that this is the best things can get. So I'll pay for it because, if this big company with such a big team and so on cannot solve this problem, then probably it can't be solved right now. I'm just going to go with it. We're all just being accepting of the problems because we don't have a way to actually approach the problem any better than that. At least not right now.
SPA devs that I've ever met have ever given a shit about using a header instead of a section. I have found a nan fucks given about using a P over a div. The number of times I've seen numbers written inside of a list element instead of a UL, unordered list, instead of just using an OL, is deeply disturbing. Semantic HTML conveys meaning. Div class equals button. Divs have an on click. Do you really need a button? If I can on click it, yeah. To be clear, that is a joke. You should use buttons for buttons, and you should use divs for things that are being divided and sectioned off. They're different things. Your HTML should be at least a bit semantic. Wrong input types is killer, especially on mobile. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Doesn't catch that you've manually numbered a list. Oh, yeah, that you're putting the numbers in, even though the LI is going to number it for you. Yeah, that's a fair point. Somehow missed that. Ow. Next point. CSS is fine. You're the problem. Ooh boy. If someone gets a ticket for speeding, we don't blame the car or the road. We definitely blame the idiot who thought it would be a good idea to race the Dodge Charger camped out in the Dollar General parking lot. Fair. It's in this very same vein that we don't blame CSS. The problem with CSS is that the scope is global. The problem with CSS is the cascade. The problem with CSS is that it fails silently. Okay, I say all of these things and they're all true. Let's see what he has to say to me. These aren't problems, they're features. They are solutions to the very specific problem of how do we make content presentable as easily as possible with as little duplication as possible and with as few negative impacts to the user as possible. More, we have this, the actual history of CSS is more like, we have this format that was for printing things. Now that we're rendering it dynamically, we need the ability to make it look different. And also, we want the ability to change how it looks in different places. So we have this new standard that applies separately from the HTML so that you can apply different styles to the same HTML. That's the thing I think is being missed here. The way CSS was architected is so you could effectively swap out some CSS for other CSS back when pages were really simple. Now they're not that simple. Now our pages have individual elements that have their own expectations around style. The level of complexity of a button on Twitter is greater than the complexity of the entire web back when CSS was invented. So yeah, it has weaknesses. And I think a lot of the Tailwind arguments explain these things really well. If your site has one or two styles like light mode and dark mode, speaking of which, weep nerds, weep. If you want dark mode, you should pay for it. Anyways, unless you have more complex things than a light mode and a dark mode, you probably have one style sheet applying for your whole product. As such, this separation between CSS and HTML doesn't necessarily benefit you and might come at a significant cost. That cost being maintenance. I've talked about this in so many of my videos. Go watch my Tailwind conspiracy video if you wanted me to deep dive on all of these things in detail. Anyways, let's see what the author.
Okay. So the cost of separating CSS from your HTML is maintenance. Why? And I think the answer to why comes later when he talks about Tailwind, which we'll get into. But maintaining CSS and HTML separately, maybe the argument was stronger, let's say 15, 20 years ago, when if you did want to have more complex stuff, it might have been less maintainable to some degree. But these days, standards have been pushed forward so much that I don't think this holds true anymore. And if you really, really, really want to, you can always choose to do any number of other options. Well, not any number. Like, you do have a limited number of other options to implement CSS. Inlining is one option. Does it look ugly? Yeah. Is it like the best practice? It has costs, benefits and costs, but it is an option that's available to you. And it is an option that comes with zero other requirements, no other dependencies. And I'm not saying that we should go back to inlining styles. What I'm saying is there are alternative options that do not require you to onload an entire ecosystem of whatever it is you want to onload to solve the problem of, say, maintenance. Furthermore, decoupling is maintenance. That is the point. Because when you're using decoupling mechanisms properly, essentially what you're doing is saying, I'm going to take this portion of whatever it is I'm dealing with, and I only want to deal with this over here at this given time. For what reason? For maintenance. So this is a little bit counterintuitive to me. The idea that decoupling CSS from HTML means more maintenance. It should mean that you're making maintenance easier. And here's the other thing. When you have two people, let's say you have two people and they fit nice and neatly in two little boxes. One of them is the HTML guy and one of them is the CSS guy. And that used to be the case years ago, before all these frameworks came out. It used to be that you had people who were focused on what HTML am I shipping, and you had other people who were focused on what CSS am I shipping. And the reason you had that was because the CSS person was usually more design oriented. And the HTML guy was usually more functional oriented. Like, what was actually happening, what state is the HTML in to make things happen, regardless of how it looked. And when you have these two people and they're crossing wires and incompatibly working together, then you have a need to separate your CSS from your HTML so that the CSS guy only has to focus on CSS. For what reason? For maintenance.
For us to say. Chances are the thing you don't like about CSS are the things you haven't bothered to understand about it. Okay, just own me. Styles rarely, if ever, need to actually be scoped and encapsulated. In fact, the only time you want to prevent styles from being in the global scope is when you didn't write them and you can't control them. I think the next point is what I was about to say is duplicated class names. The fact that we've invented a whole new field in terminology around naming our CSS classes suggests that the industry disagrees here. Like BEM, when I first heard about it, I thought it was a meme. The idea that we have a methodology for naming our stuff in CSS. We have OOCSS, SMA CSS, Suit CSS, Atomic CSS, BEM, which is block element modifier. So an example class name like button dash dash state dash success. This sucks. The fact that you have to like effectively be an expert in a specific naming strategy to work around the global side is something that this isn't seemingly acknowledging. It might later on, but the problem that
let me let him finish.
that I have here is how hard naming things is. It's a joke that the two hardest problems in computer science are caching and naming things. In CSS, forcing us to name everything just makes life worse. I will also agree that scope.
Okay. This, I think, is a really bad take. Because essentially what he did was he went to the worst way that I could think of to implement a naming strategy, which is pure classes named with characters separating components, actions, states, things like that. I agree with him that BEM, OCS, CNN, FBI, CIA, I'm going to get whatever, DMCA, whatever it is, all these things, all these conventions are really at the bare minimum, even if you can say that they're objectively the correct way to name things, they are cognitively a big mental load. But hang on though. Where in this article did the author state my alternative to these complaints is that you must understand and use one of these naming conventions? Nowhere. Theo just went and picked these as if they are the only way to get around global naming. They're not the only way. There are other options, believe it or not.
Scoping styles is a bit of a cope. The idea of using CSS, but your compiler locks in that specific style to that specific file by putting a bunch of prefixes on it. I know a bunch of things that do this, like Tailwind does this. I think Svelte does this. I'm almost certain that Vue does this too. Honestly, I don't care. I don't necessarily hate CSS being global, but I hate having to worry about global namespace. The fact that in a giant app like Twitch, I don't have an easy way to check how many classes there are in Twitch's CSS. I'm going to try though. Look at all the CSS files here. I'm going to just grab a few of these. So I'm going to do a real rough check here where I'm just going to do a search for new line dot. So it's not going to get everything. There are minimum 873 classes for Twitch. Minimum.
Minimum. All right. Why do you think there are a minimum of 873 classes for Twitch? And I'll give you a hint. The naming convention gives you a hint. TW root? Where does the TW come from? What do you think TW stands for? Is it possible that maybe it stands for Tailwind? So then I'm curious, is it possible that 873 CSS classes come from a build compilation step of some kind that's not being explicitly stated here? So is the entire Twitch stream actually managing 873 plus CSS classes? Or are they managing some kind of compilation step? Maybe they're managing only a few classes and it compiles 873. I'm not sure where this argument is going exactly. And I don't think that this is even a valid argument. Simply because it is likely that they are not actually hand managing 873 CSS classes. It is highly likely, based on naming convention alone, that they are using a compilation, build, some kind of SAS step, whatever you want to call it, that automatically generates all these classes. Okay, I have to take a second because Twitch is going to run ads and I don't have a choice. I am going to run the ads. So for everybody else on X or YouTube or Rumble or LinkedIn or wherever you're watching this, I have to pause for everyone on Twitch so that they don't miss anything, and let the ads play out. It's like 2 or 3 minutes or whatever it is. And I know this is long, okay? And if it's too long and you don't want to sit here for another however long this is going to take, I don't know, we're only 15 minutes in. I completely understand. Not everybody has the patience to go through this, but this speaks to my core. So I'm going to take the time to go through this and be as constructive as I can about the entire video, because already I've agreed with some of what Theo's saying here, so I just want to make sure that I'm as charitable as I can possibly be. But I do want to emphasize that, since we're like taking a break here, I want to emphasize that everything that I'm saying here, while it's related to front-end development, has an impact on back-end development. It has an impact on desktop development. It has an impact on video games, all of this stuff. So yeah. Laugh, you might be getting a different set of ads depending on like whether you're subbed, or something like that. So yeah, if you're VIP, yeah, things like that. So okay, let me just take a swig of something here, just coffee or something to keep going. There's 1 minute and 20 seconds left, and we'll keep going. Yeah, if you don't want ads on the Twitch side, subscribe. Subscribe. Yeah, Titanium, if you want to, you can go on my YouTube channel and you can go catch the live and just rewind it. On Twitch, you can't do that. But on Twitch, you can go, or on YouTube, you can go all the way back, and then you can like 2 times it and just get through. Subscribe. You all have to subscribe. While you're over there, Titanium, make sure you hit the notification bell and subscribe. No, but okay, but real talk for just a second. Theo does a lot of plugging of himself in this video. I'm going to plug myself. Listen, if you actually care about what I'm saying, and it means, and I'm like saying something that's like at least relatively in line with, how you feel about the industry in general. Yeah, please, like hit a follow, something free. You don't have to spend money, but at least help me like expand the reach, because I am perfectly willing to make these arguments to try and push the direction of the industry in a different direction, or in a better direction, or what I feel is a better direction. Anyways. Okay, so the Twitch ads are over. Let's keep going.
Classes for Twitch. Minimum. Like actual minimum. Chances are there's actually quite a few more, especially because I only loaded 1 page and I'm not selecting things that are spaced out. Another 680. Okay, so we're well over 1,000 unique classes, almost certainly, for Twitch. That's insane. And chances are a lot of these aren't even being used anymore. Counting open braces actually should work. That's a good call. To be fair, this is just selectors, but we have at least 952 selectors. I wish there was an easy way for me to quickly filter to see how many unique classes there are here, but I promise you there isn't that much stuff being reused because it made life so much harder. According to the CSS overview, which is a really useful tool I did not know existed, there are over 1,300 elements, 13 external style sheets, 7 inline, 5,200 style rules, 4,351 class selectors. That's insane. Do you know how easy it is to accidentally reuse a class name? Yeah, we're also only on the homepage. It gets worse on some of the other pages too. So the point I'm trying to make is that with a big enough code base, making sure your names are unique is an actual problem. And the fact that we've invented whole fields in order to do that should suggest how bad it is. It's
Okay. Is it a problem that you create massive amounts of namespaces or query selectors in order to apply your CSS? Of course it is. That's annoying. Imagine maintaining that by hand. That's annoying. But we've already discussed why it's probably not being maintained by hand. And on top of that, you could just have somebody, like we did in the olden days, who was focused on the CSS aspect of things. And when you do a code review, that CSS guy would go and check your CSS and say, hey, you're not using the correct CSS query selector here. I already have everything you need. As a matter of fact, if you actually think about it, he's going to make the case for Tailwind pretty soon. What is Tailwind if not an automated CSS checker? Except that you load in all the different CSS styles and classes and things that you probably don't need. You're just loading an entire CSS ecosystem, but you're letting Tailwind act as a checker, as somebody that says to you in a roundabout way, hey, you have this already. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Stick to the rivers and streams that you're used to. But that's the answer. That is the answer. And adding extra build steps and extra complexity and another extra layer to your CSS in order to overcome what a person could do on their own without added complexity, to me, I don't see why that's any better. I actually see that as being worse. Because now what you're doing is you automated away somebody who doesn't have to check your CSS classes and during a code review or a pull request review or whatever it is, say, hey, we already have a class for this. Why don't you go use this? Instead of that, what we've done is we've created another job. And the job is that someone has to come and figure out how all these tool chains work in order to build things together. That's what we've done. So now instead of having someone who checks the CSS, you have someone who checks whether the thing that checks your CSS is building correctly in accordance with everything else. We've just essentially kicked the job down the road to just a different way of dealing with the job, but it's the same job.
It's really bad. Styles rarely, if ever, need to actually be scoped and encapsulated. In fact, the only time you want to prevent styles from being in the global scope is when you didn't write them and you can't control them. Do you know what styles you didn't write and can't control? The ones the other engineers at your company wrote. Yeah, that's my issue here. If duplicated class names are ruining your day, 15 class selectors are crapping in your serial, and 8 importance are igniting turds in your garage, that's actually an architecture problem. I wanted to go into this with good faith, but this feels like you haven't worked in a big enough app. Okay, that's nice. All of Twitch's CSS only has 62 importance. That's nice, at least. One win. Are there real problems in CSS?
Wait. So the argument is that, hang on, I just want to make sure I get this right. So the author says, hey, if you're having a hard time managing the insane complexity of having multiple CSS selectors and everything all over the place and importance and all of that, then you have an architecture problem. Then Theo's rebuttal to that argument is you just haven't worked in a big enough system, team, both. Hang on. I thought architecture problems being solved would be irrespective of team size or the size of a project. If you solve an architecture problem, you're solving the thing upon which you build with that architecture. There is a necessary entailment of that logic that somehow got skipped. Somehow, an architecture problem always exists. This is a default argument that I have heard a lot. And there's a logical jump. There's a gap where you're saying, okay, you solve an architecture problem over here when scale is low, team size is low, complexity is low. You can solve the architecture problem here, but insert question marks here, you scale up the team size and the complexity, and all of a sudden there is no architecture problem you could solve. You just have the problem. No matter how good your architecture is, you will never, ever, ever get to a point where you could maintain the simplicity you had back there and keep it at scale over here. Am I missing something? By definition, you solve an architecture problem. You solve the way upon which you build using that architecture. It is a necessary, logical entailment. One thing leads to the other, leads to the other. You cannot skip and go, architecture problem may not exist down here, but it most definitely exists up here because reasons. Nor can you say that an architecture problem is not solvable, even if it is different between scales. So even if you have an architecture problem over here in the small scale, and then you come up to the big scale, and you're up here trying to solve an architecture problem up here, and the architecture problem is very different because in the small scale, it was a completely different beast, fine. Are you telling me that you can't solve architecture problems with a bigger team? Simply because it's more complex? Are you telling me it's impossible? And so the only way that you can solve architecture problems is what? Add more complexity? That's the answer? The answer to not being able to solve complex architecture problems at a large scale is let's add build compilation front-end tool chains. Let's not consider any other thing because we've already been down this path at a smaller scale. If it doesn't work at the smaller scale, there's no way it can work at the bigger scale, right? Why are we even wasting our time? Let's just automate this away with stuff that I would argue you don't need, but let's say that you do need it. Let's just automate it away, and we're going to add more complexity to the entire system as opposed to a portion of the system. Because what we're talking about right here is not actually, here are a bunch of elements and then there's a bunch of JavaScript code with the objects and data moving around and all that. And how do you ship it to the browser? And what's your load time above the fold? And all these kinds of things. What we're talking about here in this specific case is the CSS that you're loading along with everything else. And in that specific case, what's your architecture problem? Well, I don't know, but let's add some complexity with build tools and build chains and all of that makes every single other secondary, tertiary, tangential related place also have to play ball with the weakest link in the entire mechanism. Hang on, you can't just solve the architecture problem within the context of what it is? This argument does not sit well with me.
Of course, but those problems are like border radius should have been called corner radius, and atomic stacking contexts are generated when using opacity, and an EM isn't really an EM. Those are problems. The CFCSS is not a problem. You're the problem. This feels like it's disagreeing with component architecture. The fact that I can mount a component in my component and it looks entirely different than it does somewhere else because something above is applying styles to it sucks. Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit of the small team thing here.
So this isn't about component architecture. As a matter of fact, if you look at people who write vanilla CSS and stick to the principles as defined by the author here, there is definitely some level of component architecture that still creeps into that because it makes sense in certain contexts. Furthermore, let's assume for a moment that the author is complaining about component architecture in CSS as a whole. Okay. Your argument back is, again, that's hard to maintain. I thought we were professional, expert level programmers here. Is the answer really that we're going to automate this away and add complexity to the entire system through build and compilation tool chains in order to solve something that just takes a little bit more effort?
This is like you have a 3 or 4 person front end team and a massive back end team that you're building on top of, and you're trying to build your 3 or 4 person code base with tools built for 100+ people. I'm curious to see where this goes because there were some points at the beginning I really liked. I want to see where this goes. Put on your big kid pants and develop a strategy. Pick some conventions, write them down, and enforce them through merge requests and peer reviews. This part is really important. Most best practices should be discovered and pushed through the code review process, and you should do things based on how they work in code review and what you learn there. This is a very good point. As for putting on your big kid pants, developing a strategy, and picking a convention, here's my convention. Tailwind.
Here we go.
Did not think I would like Tailwind when I first saw it. I did not like Tailwind when I first tried it. And then I used it for 2 days and then it clicked. And now I don't like writing CSS without it because all of the things that we're talking about here are only problems if you let them be. And you have to worry about things like cascading or naming or selectors or any of this bullshit if you use Tailwind. It does just make life easier. I would highly recommend giving Tailwind an honest shot if you haven't and you're building front-end stuff, especially if you find CSS annoying, because Tailwind has actually made me like CSS more. Something I find myself doing a lot, even when I'm working on projects without Tailwind, is going to their docs to find examples. Like I've regularly found myself in like a random blog or something that I'm working on that isn't using Tailwind. I want line clamp and I can't remember the right way to do it. So I'll search line clamp on the Tailwind docs and just rip the CSS from here. I use the Tailwind docs more on projects where I don't have Tailwind because it's such a good reference of good CSS. So I absolutely think Tailwind is a valid strategy to work around these things. The point I'm trying to make is that putting on your big kid pants and developing a strategy and picking conventions, your decision could just be use Tailwind. That's a fine decision to make. But if you do need to make a decision, you need to pick a strategy for dealing with styles for your application.
So right there, you can see in chat, everyone complains, okay, but how does this scale with a bigger team? The author of this article wants to have small teams and pretend like this is scalable. It's not scalable. That's what some of the chatters are saying. That's what Theo is also saying. This feels like a one-man band situation. And then he explains how Tailwind is a solution to all the problems that have been discussed thus far about CSS. Here's the thing. Tailwind is not the only solution, nor is it the best solution. And we actually demonstrated this earlier in the video, where he himself complained about the number of classes in Twitch's CSS styles, some of which have the Tailwind prefix, thereby indicating that Tailwind itself generates a mass amount of Tailwind classes that you probably do not need. How many people actually use more than 50% of what the Tailwind library provides? Now, I could possibly meet in the middle, and in Tailwind versions 1 and I believe 2, before Tailwind required a build system, you just imported a big CSS file and just used whatever classes you wanted. That made a lot more sense to me than what we have now, which is Tailwind has to have a post processor, a pre-processor, mix it in with a bunch of other processors, pack it, compile it, all that stuff, generate all the classes, everything. In some cases, what you end up doing, for example, in Laravel, what it'll do is it will literally scan whatever HTML output you have and read the HTML classes that are being used. That way, it will auto-generate for you, when you do a compilation step, all the CSS classes that you're actually using in your PHP output that's going to get sent via HTML. Hey, that sounds great, right? Cool. Except you have a build step. And it is not the only way to solve that problem. So sure, you could use Tailwind, but the idea that, hey, just use this, don't worry, you're going to be fine, isn't the correct approach. Tailwind might be the right answer in some cases, but you cannot default to something that adds complexity. The reason why is because at the very least CSS has moved forward so much since its inception that the CSS of today is not the CSS of yesterday. And we leave at the table all the things that got pushed forward, partially because developers actually complained about these things and browser standards moved forward. What a shock. To the point where you don't need Tailwind in order, and anything else that does CSS management. You don't need that complexity in order to solve the problems that have been discussed so far. What you need is people who actually give a fucking shit about what they're doing and put in some elbow grease to do it. That's called big kid pants. So the author is right here.
server-side rendering does not mean rendered with JavaScript. Yeah, Laravel is an SSR framework, but yes, you do not need to be using JS to server-side render. That said, there are massive benefits to using the same code for the server-side rendering and the client-side rendering that we'll get to in a bit. There's a disconcerting number of front-end devs out there who act like it wasn't possible to generate HTML on a server prior to 2010. I'm not saying I disagree, specifically that a lot of devs seem to think SSR is just a thing that JavaScript does, but I haven't seen too many of them. In fact, I get the opposite a lot, where people will look at what I'm doing with and talking about with Next.js, and the response is, oh, so it's just like PHP again? Yeah. PHP had some good ideas. Having HTML that is meaningful come from your server and go to your client, that's a very good thing. It doesn't matter what language it came from. Having useful HTML is almost always a good thing on almost all applications. There are exceptions. Like I mentioned this earlier on stream, my Dogecoin game, the HTML for this page is basically nothing because it doesn't need to be. If I actually go to the network tab and look at the HTML we get from the server, it basically just has a bunch of meta tags and nothing else. And then a script tag. Oh, I have this function embedded so that analytics don't get eaten by uBlock and other Chrome extensions like that. But other than that, it's just a bunch of data for SEO, and then a script tag to the actual JavaScript that runs it, my vendor bundle, my CSS, and then an empty root. If you see this, refresh and make sure JS is enabled. It's a game after all. Yeah. So the point being, there are some places where no SSR makes sense, but there's very, very few. Back to the article. They talk about SSR only in the context of Node and seem to have no clue that people started working on this problem when season 5 of Seinfeld was on air. I don't love this angle. Yeah. Understandable. CSS modules and Webpack at the scale that you guys are working at with the Twitch code base is fair. And I think moving to Tailwind on an existing code base is going to be miserable. And I am sure that the way that Twitch is bundling things might have made using Tailwind tough. Don't disagree with any of that. I'm falling down the Tailwind trap again. I can't keep doing this. I have enough videos about this.
Hang on, wait. I thought Tailwind was so easy. It solved a whole bunch of problems. But now it doesn't? But wait, hang on. We just spent about what, approximately, let's be, you know, a little bit conservative, maybe 10, 12 minutes going over all the problems of CSS, and then Tailwind is displayed as a solution to all of these problems. It will make your life easier. Just use it. Just do it, bro. But then we get to an actual real world scenario, and it doesn't solve anything. Why doesn't it solve anything? Because it's hard to implement. And right there is the crux of the problem. You have used such a complex system to begin with that the idea of using something that could potentially make that system simpler is not within reach. They painted, Twitch essentially like is saying, we painted ourselves into a corner. We'd use Tailwind if we could because it's great, but we can't because we fucked up our own ecosystem so bad.
This. Anyways, back to SSR, because I have a lot of videos about that too, but I have different takes. So SSR, I think this dev has encountered too many recent bootcamp grads, because the history of this was the server rendered HTML, either because it had an HTML file or it generated one with something like PHP. But the original history is you went to a server that had an HTML file saved on it, and it would just send you that file. Then we started to dynamically generate them when requests happened, so different users could get different HTML when they went to a page. And then as we did more and more complex, unique things, we introduced AJAX, which meant that your website could make additional requests for more data after it loaded. And then as AJAX went further and further, and JavaScript, the language we used for it, went further and further, we started developing frameworks to actually control the UI. And then we got to the point where we were doing so much stuff in the JavaScript that we said, screw it, let's send as little HTML as possible and let the JavaScript take over. That point might feel like it was recent. That was like 2014. It's been 10 years since that move happened. So if you got into programming after that point, you don't have the context from before. So if right now you're used to what we call SPAs, single page apps, that are JavaScript loading in a mostly empty HTML page and then taking over from there, the use of SSR to you and that term and the way it was introduced, the popularization of the term SSR came from frameworks like Gatsby and Next, letting you take this JavaScript code that you're used to running on the client and run that code on the server. It's
okay. So he pretty much appropriately describes what was happening in the web space. Let's go with 2010, okay? And essentially it's correct. It's along the lines of, you start off by just shipping HTML. You have a form. Form is submitted, and then you need to ship new HTML. And so the page does a full reload. The browser receives an entire set of HTML for a brand new page. And then we started getting a little fancy. We're like, hey, JavaScript can kind of offload the submission of a form, for example, and then trigger a page reload or trigger individual aspects of the page to do something a little bit more dynamic. And then, clients started going, holy crap, you can do this? Well, then, like, how about like some other features that I would love to see based on what I'm seeing right now? And then you start having to deal with things at like a more, individual level. It's like, okay, well, now we're dealing with maybe just a form, or maybe just like, ads kind of push this a lot, right? I have to admit, in the, as JavaScript was kind of taken off as the thing to dynamicize the web, ads kind of push this in this direction where you needed to have like dynamic things happening without touching what was currently on the page. You just wanted just this one portion of the page to present an ad or something, and then dynamically load things. And then it just, it started to balloon. And then, eventually you end up in JavaScript land. Why? Why? Why did we end up in JavaScript land? We have always had the ability in JavaScript. The minute that you can say JavaScript can replace an individual element on the page is the moment you can say that you can have dynamic interactive sites. So it's essentially what HTMX is today, but we've had it for a very long time. Long before these other frameworks came in. Why did we go the way of JavaScript? One of the reasons is, servers could not keep up with the amount of requests, for example. It was costly, or just simply incapable of keeping up with the number of requests required to handle something like that. And so we thought, well, hang on. We have people walking around with phones and laptops and desktops that will play these awesome advanced games. Why not just leverage the client so that we offload the costs for ourselves? That sort of makes sense, doesn't it? Why not just leverage what the client already has? And there we go. Except that didn't work as well as I think everyone hoped. It achieved the solution to how do we lower our costs for rendering these things dynamically, run them on the client. That portion achieved. At what cost? Nobody ever talks about that. Everybody just talks about what you got out of it, not what it costs you, not what it currently costs you, which I would argue currently hardware costs are so cheap. We've gone full circle. You don't actually need these things anymore. You could just throw money at hardware and get away with a hell of a lot more, especially because hardware has not just decreased for web servers, generally like anything that runs on the web, but it's also decreased for the consumer by comparison. People have more access to better hardware now than ever before. I don't think that's a spicy take. I think that everybody would agree that's generally true. So you don't have this requirement to reduce the costs or run anything on the client side because the costs are so minimal. What are the costs to complexifying your build toolchain to ship the thing in the first place?
It's a bit silly to say, but one way to think of SSR isn't necessarily that it stands for server-side rendering, but to many devs, in their head at least, it stands for server-side React. And yes, that's annoying, and there's a lot of devs who don't understand how much we used to do this. But there are just as many devs who love to flame me for saying, yeah, we've been doing that in PHP forever. You're not inventing anything new. I don't say otherwise. I agree. I think a lot of those patterns were great. And I would be surprised if you went through my comment section or went through my chat and had a lot of people who thought SSR was a JavaScript thing. I am curious, if I Google search server-side rendering, article from 2022. You know what? I'm going to do something a little more silly but useful. When and why was the term server-side rendering popularized? The term server-side rendering became popularized in the mid to late 2010s primarily due to the rise of single-page applications and the need for better performance and SEO optimization. Yeah, we didn't say SSR in the time that he's talking about because everything was SSR. The term SSR only has meaning because there had to be something else. So before we had single page apps, we didn't use the term SSR because all HTML was server-side rendered. We might have used the term dynamic or static rendering, but we did not use the term SSR until single page apps existed. So while the concept of server-side rendering is not unique to JavaScript, I do actually think the terminology of server-side rendering was largely introduced and popularized due to the things that you're about to curse about. So yes, when we talk,
I can agree with this. I think this is true. Before single page apps were a thing, what else were you going to do? You only had server-side rendering. That was it. And maybe a little bit of dynamic stuff that you didn't really consider that server-side rendering. Yeah. Okay. I agree with this. Yeah.
talk about SSR, it is often only in the context of Node because the term SSR has only been popularized since the mid to late 2010s. So yes, we started using the term for this. And according to Google Trends, the term started to take off around 2014. Thank you, Dan. Yeah. Hopefully this emphasizes my point here. They're using this term in the context that it's used in, which might not give them a big enough picture. And it would be nice if more bootcamp grads knew that server-side rendering could be done in other languages. But that is a term that has meaning, and the meaning is often for server rendering JavaScript. I agree that server-side rendering, the concept was not invented with Node, but the term was popularized due to JavaScript in the browser becoming so standard. What Node brought to the table was the convenience of writing your shitty div soup in the very same language that was invented in 10 days for the sole purpose of pissing off Java devs everywhere. Oh God, I was so excited to like this article. It's falling apart fast. Server-side rendering means it's rendered on the fucking server. You can do that with PHP, ASP, JSP, Ruby, Python, Perl, CGI, the hell, R. You can server-side render a page in Lua if you want. You can also client-side render a React app in Lua if you want, to be fair, but yeah. Just because Node isn't involved in generating HTML doesn't mean it's not possible to generate markup at request time. It is possible, it's been possible, and it will continue to be possible. Stop denying the history, contributions, and values that other technologies bring to solving this exact problem that is definitely not unique to you. Who is doing this? I agree with this point in particular. It is sad that we don't regularly enough reflect on the technologies that got us here. The importance of things like Ruby on Rails for normalizing the idea of a full stack framework. The importance of things like PHP for normalizing the idea of dynamic HTML that is generated on the server. A lot of these ideas are so important, and we should talk about them more. Yeah, I have opinions. JavaScript is not always the answer. Yeah, that's fair, but I'm curious what their point is. My brothers and sisters in Christ, I want you to know that I care about your souls enough to share these truths with you. You don't need JS to make a web page. You do need it for a web app, but you might not for a web page. You don't need JS to write styles. Yeah. You don't need JS to make an animation. Yeah. Especially with modern CSS animation stuff. That was not always the case, but that is now the case.
Okay, so right here, Theo makes like a good valid point here, which is so he reads out, you don't need JavaScript to make an animation, and then he agrees with the point. Why does he agree with the point? Because of modern CSS. It's come so far that you can do nice animations in CSS. On the other hand, proceeds to use a JavaScript build system and says you must use, or you should, or I would recommend, let me be clear, I would heavily recommend you use this JavaScript build system to generate CSS for you. CSS has come so far that now you can do animations without JS, but use JS to generate CSS for just about everything else. Okay.
Kind of funny you're saying remember the past, and then you're saying you don't need JS for this when you absolutely did for a while. And you don't need JS just to show the content. In 2010, I was a contractor for an organization working with some very smart IBM consultants. They could not figure out how our in-house developer made the navigation for the site that they were implementing. It was because our developer used CSS. Our consultants had never considered that CSS could do something as fancy as show you a thing when you hover over it. That's a fun, silly, ignorant, smart consultant story, except at least it's about their harmless ignorance. You know what? I'm going to drop a real spicy take that I think will perfectly encapsulate why I don't agree with the premise of this article. I'm going to do that by showing an app I am working on right now. It's called pic.ping.gg. It is a tool for managing the silly faces I make for my thumbnails. You might notice here that when I hover over something, these buttons appear, and they're not there when I'm not hovering over it. How in the world did I ever make something that complex? I will be honest, before Tailwind, I might actually have done this with JavaScript, because setting a...
Just to correct the statement, he literally said, before Tailwind, I might have actually done this with JavaScript. You still are. You just moved the JavaScript to the build that generates the CSS that you use to do this. I fail to see what problem has actually been solved.
A hover layer targeting a specific child, because these buttons appear when I hover over the element, not just this corner. So the way I handled that is pretty simple. I have the parent element, which is this div, and it has a group tag on it. Group is a really, really useful feature in Tailwind, where I'm basically saying, if I use a group tag lower, these are things that should apply based on something happening to this group. So if I use group-hover down here, since this is a child of this element, even if it's multiple layers deep, when this group is hovered, this group hover gets hit. So by default, this element is hidden, which is display none. While on hover, I change it to display flex. And that's not JavaScript doing that, that's CSS. Doing these things properly with CSS required a deep understanding of targeting, of subclasses, and annoying things that would have to be split across multiple files. And now when
I can agree that Tailwind makes dealing with these problems easy. And again, I'm going to try and be charitable here. When Tailwind, definitely 1, I think 2 as well. My memory just does not serve me well. Tailwind, when it first came out, was a huge boon in a positive way to the CSS that I had to write. Because it was a CSS file that I could include and manipulate to my heart's content. I didn't have to build anything. There was no JavaScript involved. It just standardized a bunch of stuff that made a bunch of sense. And then what I could do if I really, really wanted to, if I felt like my Tailwind CSS file was too large, the only thing I had to do was use the delete key on my keyboard. Or if I really wanted to, I could take portions of Tailwind that I knew I really, truly needed and put them into my own custom CSS file. That's great. And yes, you can make complaints about the naming infrastructure of an element having a bunch of these names, but there is a counter argument, which is the benefit of having these long names is that you get to have some consistency with your CSS application, like the applied aspects of what CSS goes into what div elements. I am not against Tailwind in full. And even in its current state, the idea of Tailwind still makes sense to me, the idea of it. What doesn't make sense to me is that in order to solve problems that could be solved at least today by using current standards and by having those standards essentially what would you say, enforced by people who are responsible for enforcing those standards, especially on a team of professionals whose job it is to do those things. I don't see why it's okay to add complexity to solve this. Half of the stuff that we're talking about is solved currently. Fine, maybe you want to make the argument that it wasn't in the past, and so we absolutely 100% objectively needed to have these tools. Okay. All right. Do we still need them today? And what's the timeline that we're talking about? Because here's the other thing that I don't think people capture, which is how long did it take for a problem to pop up, thus requiring a solution, let's say a build tool or a compilation step or whatever it is, to the point where it's no longer needed because standards have come a long way, which is something Theo has already conceded to.
Reading this file, I would also have the CSS open to know, oh, this element isn't there unless this condition is hit. So the two things that Tailwind is actually excelling at here are, first off, I can see the behavior in the same place that the behavior and markup live. The fact that the things that this does and that the behaviors of these buttons, the fact that I have this download and copy image behavior bound to the button that's parent says when it's shown, that coalescing of concerns makes it so much easier to reason about, be it in code review, be it refactoring, being it almost any other scenario. Having these things encapsulated this way when they all are so related to each other is actually really, really valuable. And to skill issue myself quickly, the CSS I would have had to write, I could have figured it out and I would have been better at CSS, but I chose not to when I was writing these things before because CSS was intimidating enough that I would skip it. Tailwind as a...
Hang on. The argument here is literally, he concedes. I could have built it by hand. I would have been better at CSS. I chose not to because it's intimidating. regardless of who you are, doesn't matter if you're Theo or anybody else, if you have entered the job market stating that you would like to do a job and get paid for it, then I don't care how fucking intimidating anything is. Do your fucking job.
Layer to best CSS practices, both let me do this the way you are proposing, which is through CSS instead of HTML and JavaScript, which is correct. If elements are dynamically shown or hidden based on behaviors that CSS can detect, you should be doing that in CSS. I absolutely agree. But I would not have if it wasn't for Tailwind. And it feels dishonest to me to not realize that your goals are being met through things like Tailwind, because I am a lot closer to you now in terms of how much I appreciate CSS as the right solution to these problems. But I would not have solved these problems with CSS before. And Group made this not even 2 lines of code, 2 miniature strings inside of existing.
So you'll note what he just said, right? These are his words.
And Group made this.
I just want you to. Now it's going to take a while loading. So anyways, he said, I could have done this in CSS before, but I chose not to. I didn't.
Because I am a lot closer to you now in terms of how much I appreciate CSS as the right solution to these problems. But I would not have solved these problems with CSS before. And Group made this not even 2 lines of.
I would not have solved these problems in CSS before. You know what he did not say? I could not have solved these problems in CSS before.
Of code, 2 miniature strings inside of existing lines of code. That's awesome. CSS made this really easy, but Tailwind made it easier for me to understand and apply it. And I'm sure you understood this already, but if I was to write this without Tailwind, I would be going to the Tailwind docs, looking to see how Group works, and then copying the behavior, because it's a very useful pattern. I want to understand it and be able to apply it in other places. In Tailwind.
And Mulroy, I see your chat. I appreciate you being here. I realize that you've worked at scale with big teams. I get that. But unless you can show me something then anecdotal, I worked with a large team of engineers and this falls apart at scale, it's anecdotal. I've worked in large teams where adding complex build tool chains caused more problems than it solves. That's also anecdotal. So we could sit here and compare team sizes all day based on our own experiences. Means nothing.
Introduced it to me. Tailwind made this so much more possible for me to do right. I will also say here that bad consultants are very, very, very prevalent in the space. In my history, I've probably worked with 24 consultants or external firms, and of them, I have met 1 decent engineer and a bunch of people who are really efficient at wasting money and time. My introduction to the wonderfully cursed pattern of Redux Saga was through one of these awful firms from another country. So if your experience here is bootcamp grads in shitty engineering firms, we have a very different experience because I spend my time working with great engineers, hanging out with them in my chat, being part of this community. And I don't think anyone here has thought any of the things that you're describing. Specifically, I don't think any of us thought SSR only meant JavaScript. I don't think any of us thought that, okay, a lot of us think that CSS cascading is stupid and global scoping is wrong. It just is. Very few of us don't think about the actual thing we're building. I'm sure plenty sometimes do. But the idea that somebody in my community might not use a website because it's not written in React, no, that'll never happen. So it just might be a difference.
I can absolutely respect that Theo and perhaps even someone like Mulroy, right? Obviously, these people have exposure to a lot more people than I do. Full admission, like I have no fear in saying that. Someone like Mulroy, someone like Theo, they're going to work with a lot more developers than I will, and they probably exceedingly do so even like right this second. Here's the problem. Again, this is anecdotal. And you cannot counter an argument with anecdotal evidence. You cannot say, well, the people I've talked to and the people I've worked with interact with me this way or think this way or whatever, and then just make the base claim that therefore this is how it is. I often have to catch myself from doing that as well. So I don't think that this holds water. Now, from his perspective, I can grant it to him because how the hell do I know, right? How do I know who he's talked to and whatnot? So that's fine. But you cannot say that everybody feels this way. Very few people disagree with you. You actually don't know. You don't. Nobody knows that.
Of the engineers we've worked with, but it seems like you're working with awful engineers. And I don't think limiting what tech they could choose would suddenly make them good engineers.
It seems like you're working with terrible engineers. There's no basis upon which you can make that claim. And you literally concede to that when you say it seems like, not it is, not I have undeniable proof that you do. You're just that Theo makes the assertion that you do based on vibes. My vibe is you're working with engineers who don't know what they're doing. And then continues.
That's a har, silly, ignorant, smart consultants story, except at least it's about their harmless ignorance. It's so much worse now that they know JavaScript. 5 years ago, I was on a project where the perfectly fine .NET MVC app was turned into an API for delivering content to a .NET Core app that used Node services to render Vue templates into fully rendered HTML, which meant that all of the templates were written in Vue, and we still had to write jQuery to make the content interactive. That's so cursed. This is actually terrifying. The idea of using Vue just for the templating and not using its interaction is terrifying. And I'm going to drop the really hot take of this is one of the things I like about React. React's templating language is JSX. You don't have to invent your own templating or use React's templating. You can just take JSX and use it elsewhere.
Actually, you don't even need JSX. You actually don't need to have a newly invented anything. We have a templating language. It's called HTML. And guess what? HTML manages its own state. Shocker.
In fact, it's a whole framework, Astro, that doesn't run or generate JavaScript. Astro runs on the server and it spits out an HTML page. If you want to include JavaScript, you do that yourself. And Astro tried inventing their own templating language originally. And since then, they've changed their mind. Here is some Astro syntax. All of this HTML here, that's JSX. That's using the same language and parsers that React uses. Because JSX...
So now, for me to write HTML, I need to add yet another library and yet another toolchain in order to generate HTML that I could just generate. Okay.
Is such a powerful templating language. But you don't have to use React to get the templating language. If you want to use Vue's templating language, you have to use Vue. And that's the issue I see happened here. Because if you had tried to do this with React, it would have been miserable and you would have just moved over to using JSX by itself. But I agree, the fact that devs were using Vue because they liked it, even though they were spitting out the HTML from Vue into their .NET app and then had to run a bunch of jQuery to actually make it interactive, I would fire every engineer responsible for that, straight up. Like that's just...
Ronan RU here says, there is also Kita HTML that renders JSX to string. Like, I mean, one library to render HTML isn't enough. We should be adding a second one because we want to render JSX to string, I guess.
Just incompetence. And I agree, incompetence sucks. And if these were my experiences, I would go mad. I recently came up with a term for this. I don't know if I said it on stream or not before. I call this the Alex Russell problem. If you don't know Alex Russell, his handle is Slightly Late. He has a really great blog and frequently noted, but he has some rough takes. He thinks React in and of itself is evil. He thinks websites are slow because of ignorant developers thinking React's a good idea. And the reason he has these biases is it's his job, originally as an engineer working on Chrome, but now as an engineer working on performance at Microsoft, to come in and help when something has hit the fan. If you spend all of your time exclusively looking at the worst of the worst, you're going to think really badly about the thing. If I have a circle, and this is all React apps, and let's say...
Hang on.
His job, originally as an engineer working on Chrome, but now as an engineer working on performance at Microsoft, to come in and help when something has hit the fan. If you spend all of your time exclusively looking at the worst of the worst, you're going to think really badly about the thing. If I have...
Where is the basis for the claim that he's looking at the worst of the worst exclusively? I don't...
Ignorant developers thinking React's a good idea. And the reason he has these biases is it's his job, originally as an engineer working on Chrome, but now as an engineer working on performance at Microsoft, to come in and help when something has hit the fan. If you spend all of your time exclusively looking at the worst of the worst, you're going to think really badly about the thing.
Where is this worst of the worst statement coming from? I'm not sure. But let's continue for a sec.
If I have a circle, and this is all React apps, And let's say most of them are good. We'll do a nice split here. These apps are fine. They're not great, but they're fine. So this section is all fine apps. And then this section here is bad apps. If you spend all of your time living in this section, you're going to think React sucks. And if your job is something like a consultant that comes in to dig shit projects out of the shit mountain they've built for themselves, yeah, I agree, that sucks. And it's going to make you think really poorly of React. But the reality is, all the React apps that are doing just fine, you're not talking to those devs because they're doing just fine. Those devs are hanging out in my stream, hanging out in my chat, letting me know how useful the stack is to them and how much more productive they are, be it on individual projects or at massive companies. The thing about React is that it's so much more popular than anything you're used to. If we were to do this to scale, here is, change the text size, all PHP apps in the 2000s. And even if the ratio is way smaller, let's say it's a much smaller portion of these suck, which I promise you, thanks to WordPress, this is not the case. But even if we pretend WordPress didn't exist and we say that's the bad, and in this section here, this is the good, the point I'm trying to make is the sheer number of PHP apps in the 2000s fits in the margin for error of the bad React apps. So you might even have known every single bad PHP app back in the day if you were around back then. But if we're talking about things people actually use on the internet, the number of them back in the day relative to the number of them now, you worked in such a small bucket that it's easy to feel these biases. So the thing that I'm referring to here is the Alex Russell problem, is if your experience bubble is here, like these are the apps that you have experience in, you're going to think React is bad. But if your bubble's here, you're going to think React is a gift from the gods. Low life piano.
Okay. So the argument here is that Alex Russell exclusively only sees the bad portions of React. Okay, well, I have a few questions. First of all, how do you know that for a fact? How do you know Alex Russell doesn't see a more broader view of React apps? I would have to have some evidence to demonstrate that this is the only thing he sees. He only sees the bad ones. First of all. Second of all, upon what basis can you make the claim that, let's say, maybe 80-ish%, maybe a little bit higher, of React apps are all good apps? Like, what's the basis for making this the way sliced up the way it is to begin with? Same with the PHP apps, which he does shortly after. Upon what basis can you say that X number of them are good PHP apps? Is it just vibes? Because I would have no way to confirm that this is even remotely close to true. And does Alex Russell have some kind of, indicator that determines the quality level of a React app? Or is he just looking at all React apps evenly? You can't make claims like this and not have anything to back them up except for vibes. And I don't see anything that backs up the claims that are being made here, particularly the way that you slice up the good versus bad apps and the way that you frame what Alex Russell is doing. And Mulroy, I can understand that he might be a certified React hater. What does that have to do with anything? So what? Why does that nullify any argument he has against React? Because he's a hater? Are we othering people now? We don't need to listen to Alex Russell because he's one of those crazy kooks who believes in flat earth theory.
Experience in. You're going to think React is bad. But if your bubble's here, you're going to think React is a gift from the gods. Low Life Piano says, people who don't understand React are why I dislike HTMX so much. I feel like its biggest proponents don't understand what React is good at and champion HTMX as the common sense solution to a problem they don't actually grasp. I hate that I mostly agree with this because I like HTMX a lot. I think HTMX is a fantastic solution because it lets your markup communicate a little bit more. I would say HTMX is to your Ajax behavior what Tailwind is to your cascading and your CSS. It makes it so HTML can do just a little bit more, so the need to reach for a more complex thing is much, much further pushed off. You shouldn't need React for your blog. You shouldn't need React for a comment section at the bottom of your blog. And you shouldn't feel like you have to adopt this huge framework for these tiny things. The issue that Low Life described here that I largely agree with is that many people are jumping on the HTMX bandwagon, not because they have one of those rare sites or apps where they want a little more interaction, but not a lot more. I actually like what Ethan just said here. HTMX is infinitely better than writing vanilla.js or jQuery, and I think that's the comparison point. Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm going to agree with Theo here for the most part, and I agree with the commenter. I do think that people do exist who jump to HTMX because it's a simpler entry point to dealing with a problem that they have to deal with. There are people who do understand the differences. Obviously, not all of them do. That's completely understandable, and I can agree with that. And this goes back to, please understand what you're doing, or at least give it a solid shot. Understand why you're heading in that direction before you do actually head in that direction. Okay, that's great. HTMX is infinitely better than writing vanilla.js or jQuery. HTMX does not remove the need for you to write vanilla.js. As a matter of fact, HTMX works great with vanilla.js. It is not a substitution for vanilla.js. Now, if you're going to talk about like using vanilla.js to do the same thing as HTMX does, newsflash, HTMX uses vanilla.js to be HTMX. I have ads on Twitch, so everybody else on every other platform, I'm sorry, but I have to take a break here and get the ads out of the way. So there's 2 minutes of ads. Let me take a sip of my coffee here and yada yada yada. Thanks everybody for being on. I know I know we're halfway through. I know this is long. And you know, attention spans are not what they used to be. I get it. But I didn't want to just like skim through. Since ads are playing, I'll just like kind of meta talk. I didn't want to just skim through the video. I want to make sure that I give the proper dues to Theo and you know, what he put into it, and make sure that there's credit where credit's due, kind of a thing, right? So he took the time to do an 1.5-hour video. Yeah, you could complain that it's long, but you could also make the case that like he took the time. He took the time to actually like sit down and read the, you know, basically the entire thing. Towards the end, he got so frustrated he skipped a few things, but you know, he put the time in. So I think it's only fair to put the time in as well. But yeah, it means a long rant from me. There's 1:20 on the Twitch ads, and then we'll keep going. Hang on, BRB. "30 seconds on the Twitch ads." Yeah, I'll just defend Mulroy a bit here. I do think it's just a little bit disingenuous to say that Mulroy is saying that he needs 100 engineers to generate HTML. I think that's a bit of a leap. If Mulroy wants, he could break down what kind of like the structures of the engineers and what their responsibilities are. So, you know, to defend Mulroy a bit here, it's not like, I don't think he's actually saying I need you know, at a team of 100, all we do is generate HTML. I don't think I don't think that's fair to put on Mulroy. I don't think he's actually saying that. He's saying something different, but I don't want to put words in his mouth. He can clarify what he's saying, but just because I'm trying to be fair here, right? I think there's more to it than just that. Okay, let's keep going. Ads are over on the Twitch side.
React is a massive solution to solving the complexity of interactions in a DOM. HTMX is a great solution for I have HTML and I want parts of it to change without having to update the entire page with a new page. They're different solutions to different problems. But if you can look at HTMX and say that solves all my problems, fuck React, then you're not working in a problem space big enough to notice. Solves having the complexity of interactions. Okay. Absolutely. React is a massive solution to solving the complexity of interactions in a DOM.
React is a massive solution to the complexity of DOM interactivity between each other.
HTMX is a great solution for I have HTML and I want parts of it to change without having to update the entire page with a new page.
I want parts. HTMX is a solution for I want parts of my DOM to update without updating the rest of the page. What I fail to grasp here is why React DOM interactivity cannot be solved by having HTMX update more than one spot on the page, depending on the entire state of said page. To me, this sounds like you're just shifting the problem around. You're just restating the problem, but in different words, so that React can fit into one problem space and HTMX can fit into another problem space. Now, what I will say is that Theo is bang on about something here, which is React actually does have a place. There are instances where it's like, man, it'd be like bonkers to do this in anything else other than React, Vue, Svelte, whatever it is. It's not like these tools are completely useless and have no relevancy at all in the current, ecosystem. They do. But it's the framing of the problem itself that when you think about it from first principles, HTMX can solve the same problem as React does. I think the actual question is, how do you want to solve that problem? And how much effort do you want to put into choosing one version versus another version of solving the problem? It's not that HTMX cannot solve the same thing that React solves. It's how it does it and whether you're okay with that or not. That's the real distinction, I believe. And in some cases, the answer might be, well, holy crap, React makes sense here for whatever reason it might be. I know those reasons exist. I'm not going to deny that.
They're different solutions to different problems. But if you can look at HTMX and say that solves all my problems, fuck React, then you're not working in a problem space big enough to notice. So that's also fine. But I would actually be really curious what this author thinks of HTMX, because I bet they would love it. And that would say a lot. Anyways, I don't want to HTMX tangent for too long. I already have a lot of videos. Check out my HTMX sucks video, by the way. Love that one. Anyways. Also on this topic of they're writing the templates in Vue. If they use HTMX and any other templating, this would have been a fine stack. A .NET MVC that uses a decent templating solution in HTMX to update the client side, that would be a hell of a lot better than writing Vue templates and then jQuery. And I agree, this is a cursed stack. And if I had to work in this, I'd go insane too. Remember how this author...
Hang on here. Just a second. He just finished saying, this is cursed. I don't want to use Vue templates and then have jQuery to make things interactive. On the other hand, you're okay using JSX templates and React to make things interactive.
I just noticed this and I have to call it out. I think this author has some CSS skill issues. Notice that when I hover over text like that, I can't actually really read the text. The contrast levels are way too low. If I switch to from dark mode back to light mode, it's perfectly fine because this author clearly doesn't know CSS. He didn't bother changing the highlight color in dark mode, only has it set in light mode. So it's the same color and it's only readable in one of those scenarios. So I guess maybe writing your own CSS doesn't make everything better because it made the site less accessible. Now I can't select text in dark mode and expect people to be able to read what I've selected. Just saying, don't throw stones.
I'm going to be honest here. This is kind of now it's turning into ad hominem attacks. It's becoming This is becoming bad faith by Theo, and I absolutely despise this line of argumentation. To pick apart the fact that the author did not properly handle this use case of CSS does not logically entail that they do not know how to do CSS. Because based on your own admission, Theo, you would have pulled out an entire tool compilation chain to generate the CSS needed in order to fix this problem, whereas I bet this guy could run circles around you and fix this problem with pure CSS because he actually has the balls to not be intimidated by it and go fix it. So if you're going to make bad faith arguments, as you're about to say, glass houses, brother.
And glass houses or dark mode pages without CSS, you know? I'm seeing architectures being proposed today that do pretty much the same thing I just described, but with Drupal on Apache, containerized Node, and web components. Who the fuck are you talking to? Who is actually proposing Drupal on Apache, containerizing Node, and then spitting it out as web components? Who the fuck? Can you introduce me to this person? I just, for the sake of it, I would love to sit down with that team and have the conversation. Is IBM building with fucking Drupal and Apache? I trust you, Agar. I hate it.
Okay, so it's at this point, I want you to pay attention to something. It's at this point, Theo starts getting frustrated with the author, and I would admit, hey, I'm gonna admit, Theo makes a great point. I don't remember the last time I was approached by any developer. It must be years now, who wanted to run Drupal on Apache and containerize Node. Web components, yes, because web components have come a long way, and I think they're extremely powerful. I can talk about web components in a bit, and I will at the end. But I do have to agree. I'm not sure who the author is talking to here. I would like to meet said person if they are literally claiming that these are the way that anyways, there's an agreement here. That's not really what I want to bring attention to. I'm trying to be like extremely fair and give credits to Theo where it's due. I want you to pay attention to what's happening as Theo is getting more frustrated and what's happening with chat. And you can go back in the video and you can see what's happening with chat as Theo begins. And what's about to start happening now.
If making peanut butter in a jelly sandwich by spreading the jelly on both sides of the bread is disturbing to you, good. You can still find God. I really hope God isn't web standards. Oh, I recently learned some fun things about Adobe CMS. Adobe bought Magento, which is a PHP framework for e-commerce sites, for $1.68 billion. That makes me sick. Hey, if you want to buy Crate T3 app, we'll sell it for the low price of 200 mil. Cool. Yeah, that's way cheaper than this old PHP thing. Anyways, that hurts. That hurts. I've never talked to anybody who liked Magento, but Adobe bought them for a lot of money. Anyways, do you have any idea how frustrating it is that in order to explain my sadness to my therapist, I must first explain like 5 different technologies, and by the time I'm finished, she's sad just here.
Hang on. I just want to go. We have to go back to this. I hate when YouTube does this. Probably some front-end React crap doing this. Had to take the jab.
Anyways.
Okay, hang on.
Which is a PHP framework for...
So he makes the appropriate claim. By the way, I've done work for Magento myself. I was involved just a little bit, in the transition from Magento version 2 to Magento version 3. I actually went down to LA and worked side by side with the team on a small aspect of it. So I got a little bit of an inside look into it. It's a shit show. But here's Theo, and his argument is, like, the argument being presented here is, holy crap, look at what a piece of shit technology Magento is. Chad agrees with him. Hell, I agree with him. But look at how much it got sold for. And the implied but not explicitly said argument is, just because something costs a lot doesn't mean it's good. Just because something is used a lot, which Magento arguably is, or at least was, doesn't mean it's good. But if you go ahead and make a case against React or one of these other very popular frameworks that has a lot of funding behind it, all of a sudden it's, whoa, look at how popular we are though. It must mean something. Look at how much money goes behind React. It must mean something. There's a double standard here being applied. It's okay for you to shit on something else in the same method that other people are shitting on the thing you're using, but when it's against you, oh no. The popularity and the money means it's good, except for when it's not my thing.
For e-commerce sites for $1.68 billion. That makes me sick. Hey, if you want to buy Create T3 app, we'll sell it for the low price of 200 mil. Cool. Yeah, that's way cheaper than this old PHP thing. Anyways, that hurts. That hurts. I've never talked to anybody who liked Magento, but Adobe bought them for a lot of money. Anyways. Do you have any idea how frustrating it is that in order to explain my sadness to my therapist, I must first explain like 5 different technologies, and by the time I'm finished, she's sad just hearing it, the session's over, I didn't even get to what was making me upset? Technology has made my anger a recursive function. Okay. If the author's going to skill issue me, I'm going to skill issue back. I'm at the point where I can explain web dev drama to my mom in under a minute. It's a skill. The same way CSS is a skill you have to refine by doing it, talking about tech drama to normies is a skill you have to refine by doing it. If you're going
to... So I just want to harken back to something that Theo previously conceded via his own words. He's okay trying to figure out how to communicate complex aspects of technologies in simple terms in less than a minute to people who are not technologically aligned, but writing CSS without having to inject an entire build toolchain to write CSS is too intimidating for him to handle. Got it.
You're going to skill issue me, I'm going to skill issue you right back. Get better at talking to non-technical people. If you spend all of your time talking to engineers...
Are you paying attention to chat, by the way? Just keep paying attention.
Specifically, mostly bad engineers. Yeah, I can see why you'd end up here. But talk more to non-devs. It'll make your life so much better in so many ways. Can we please stop adding complexity to our systems just so we can do it in JavaScript? If you can do it without JS, you probably should. Tools shouldn't add complexity. Chad make another great point. I started explaining tech stuff to my mom. Technology has made my anger a recursive function. Okay. If the author's going to skill issue me, I'm going to skill issue back. I'm at and more to JavaScript. If you can do it without stuff to non-tech people, will help you level up so much because every tech person is also a non-tech person in something. When I'm talking about the kernel, I sound like I've never written code before. But if you can explain a kernel problem to me in a way that I can digest, like our good friend low-level learning, that's a massive skill. And if we're working on different sections at our company, I might not understand any of the stuff you're working on, but I might still have to sign off on your promotion. And if you were able to include me in a conversation that I am way underqualified for, because you're good enough at explaining what you do that someone who doesn't get it can understand, I am much more likely to give you that promotion. The people who make decisions around what you do know inherently less about the thing than you do. It has been very rare. I've had it happen once or twice in my career where I had a manager that understood the tech I was working on better than me. Most of the time, I knew my tech better. So I had to explain it in a way to my manager that I would keep my job, look like I was productive, get promotions, get raises, etc. Being able to...
I would also hire somebody who would not be so intimidated by CSS that they didn't feel the need to add any amount of complexity over top of what CSS can do in order to accomplish what CSS can do today.
To explain things to people who don't get them is a skill. And if you had to waste a whole therapy appointment to try and explain the depths of these things because it was so hard to understand why you were upset, skill issue. I really wanted to like this.
If you had to spend an entire job implementing build tool chains on things that didn't need them in the first place because you couldn't understand or you didn't want to tackle the complexity of dealing with it in CSS, skill issue. I mean, these arguments can just be made back. Like at this point, he has resorted to ad hominem attacks. I'm not actually saying what I'm saying in order to attack him back. It's more of like, this is what it sounds like if you just replace anything he says with something against him. These are not actual arguments. This is now turned into, you cannot actually make it like a non-character based attack argument against what's being said here. And so you resort to character attacks.
This article, I'm sad. I might have to write my own alternative because there are things I don't like about modern web.
And here, Chad again. To me, the last statement made screams he doesn't know the tools languages well enough, so of course they seem complex to him. Is that what you think, Chatter? Is you think that he doesn't know them well enough that they seem complex to him? Based upon what? Like, upon what basis do you know that he doesn't know the tools languages enough? This is a vibe statement wrapped in a character attack. because you don't have a good way to counter argument the argument. And you can start to see how chat follows along with whatever Theo's current mood is. There's a reason why I'm bringing that up.
Devin, they're not aligned with this. SAS wasn't just a mistake, but a mistake factory. 10 years ago, I thought CSS preprocessors were the coolest thing ever, and I was incredibly fucking dumb for thinking that. The only good features that we got from CSS processors were the following.
So, like, immediately right here, okay, the author demonstrates, or at least concedes, that they did use one of these tools. They used a CSS preprocessor. So the comment that states, hey, this screams like someone who doesn't use the tools, doesn't understand the complexity, begins to fall apart. This is why character attacks are not a good source of argumentation. It's low-tier dumb brain argumentation.
Following: variables, mix-ins, and color transforms. Everything else was a mistake. Okay, so you think global CSS is fine, but you hate nesting? What size of code base are you working on? I'm so confused. Calc's a necessary evil due to CSS sucking. This is funny because calc only exists because CSS sucks, and we need to do weird calculations because the defaults in CSS are shit. Yeah, this is where I think this author is going to lose everybody who was 50-50 on it. I don't know any CSS people that don't wish there was nesting. Look at chat. They're immediately losing it. Yeah. If the web was a thing that was static.
Wait. Wait. Look, I don't have a lot to say against this. I think that these are, I might even disagree with the author here at this point on a few of these. Calc isn't a bad thing, I don't think. I can't think of a reason why calc is a bad thing. I don't think it abstracts away something negatively from the person using calc. I feel okay with calc. I think it's at the very least a reasonable compromise to something that would have been otherwise a little bit more difficult to do. It's not the most terrible solution. Nesting, maybe, but you could get away without nesting, but nesting does help. I don't think nesting necessarily, diminishes what CSS is good for. I think it's just a touch of a nice add-on to CSS. So I'm going to take the chat side and Theo's side for the most part here. Some of these things are not as bad as the author is making them out to be. In principle, I can agree that these things could be done without these things. Yes, but there is a compromise that you can make where you insert something that's, a small touch of something. Ultimately, calc does not add complexity, right? Tell me what complexity calc adds. That you have to do math? You can still use calc in a single CSS file that you do not have to build. There's no build process involved with calc at all. And same with nesting. It doesn't add any complexity, right? Except maybe some readability, maybe the inability to decompose some things. Like if people default to nesting, maybe you look at something and you're not breaking it up separately enough. That becomes more of a subjective readability issue. But is it adding complexity? Is it adding a complex tool system or a build chain or things like that in order for you to get a modicum amount of benefit out of the features? I don't think these things do that. So I have a little bit of a disagreement here. Let's keep going.
HTML page is being rendered to 1 to 3 browsers on computers with roughly the same resolution and aspect ratio. Sure. But in a modern world, no. Funny enough, I don't like mix-ins much, but I like most of these things. Data types were rough. The module thing, you haven't worked in a big code base. Dan, I'm getting off the train at the nesting stop. Yep. Let's see their complaints about nested CSS, because this is a bit rough. Nested CSS obscures complexity. I hate this feature so much. I hate it more that it's now native to CSS, because not only has it spread, but it's mutated, and not in a good Ninja Turtle-y way. Nesting obscures complexity, and then makes it impossible to find or fix. Interesting. Let's see what they have to say. Without using a compiler or psychedelic of any kind, can you tell me what this generates? Okay. So feature has color blue, and if it's feature header, then we have a subtag P underneath, and then there's an A tag underneath that, and it's being hovered and focused, then the color is red. Am I right? Feature, color blue, feature header, that's the new class, and we also want to select links on hover. Oh, it's both. The and here is both. That makes sense. Okay, so if it's a paragraph tag or it's a link tag, and it's being hovered and focused, then we want the color to be red. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't think that's that bad. The nesting making it unclear that this P and A are the same level. This is not that bad at all. He's also intentionally making it complex, which makes it even funnier. But yeah, they're not at the same level. P feature, A focus. Interesting. Yeah. So if it's, oh, never mind. I read this wrong. I read the output wrong. But if I was going to say the output is easier to read, no, this was easier to read. I correctly understood the behavior here and I didn't here. So inside of a p tag, we have an a tag, and this p tag has to be inside of feature underscore header. And then if we hover or focus, the color will be red. So the comma here is because p feature header hover or p feature header focus both trigger red. That was what I thought it was originally. And the feature header has to be inside the p tag. That's dumb. Why? Okay, that's kind of dumb. Yeah, both of these are confusing for no reason. I missed the fact that this p is being hoisted out for some reason. Yeah, they wrote an intentionally confusing nested example. That checks out. This is weird. Yeah, the p should have been pulled outside. It would have made this significantly simpler, but whatever.
Okay, so I will agree that this is not the best example to demonstrate this. And it might be maybe like one of the worst examples of demonstrating nesting. But what it does show is that nesting necessarily requires you to translate in your head what the output of that nested system will be. Regardless, whether you agree that reading the nested version versus reading the inline version is better or worse, this is not actually a good argument from either perspective. The reason is because readability is a subjective measurement. Readability is not the same for everyone. For example, when I write my code, I don't have color highlights on because color highlights breaks my brain. So when I'm looking at the inline code that's on screen right now, the only thing I read are the green bits, feature header. A, hover, focus, P, color, red, blue. Those are all like completely removed from my brain. I cannot focus on those things. It's not that it's impossible, but it makes it really, really difficult. I am not about to go on some rant that people should not be using color syntax highlighting because it's not a good way to read code. There's no way I can make that claim. That's a subjective claim. So I don't think this works either way. I don't think there's a leg to stand on in either case. You cannot make a readability argument as some kind of objective metric. I can read this well, therefore good. Because you can always find someone who cannot read it well, therefore bad. And why should someone else's preference override your preference?
I'm not a Ritalin guy, but I get your point, author. It's being prepended to the parent nesting context. That's dumb. Yeah, I've never seen this behavior actually being written before. So it's being hoisted because and is after P instead of before. That's dumb. Nesting is not good. It hides the specificity that you're producing, and it will lend to increasingly fragile code as you try to override a 13-part selector. It was useful for clumping pseudo-selectors and pseudo-elements, and after that, it is out of hand, making code that is harder and harder to read and even find in your code base. So, more hot takes from me. Do you know what problem I haven't had since I started using Tailwind? Finding where a style came from. Everybody likes to say that they hate reading the DOM with Tailwind. And like, sure, if we go to pick.ping and we take a look at the elements here, this markup is not particularly expressive. I have two main tags, that's funny. That's a copy paste that I fucked up. But none of these describe what the element is. They describe what it does. If I have an element that's not behaving right, like I have this go to images, there's enough space below it. If I want to go find this, I find this element, I copy the class name. Oh, look, there it is. It's actually quite easy.
Yeah, no, guys, this is easy. I'll just, to prove the point here, I'm gonna do this in Notepad. So let's see here.
Like I have this go to images. There's enough space below it. If I want to go find this, I find this element. I copy the class name.
Just a sec.
Oh, look.
Okay. Oops. Cool. Okay. So, man, geez, it's so easy, right? It's so easy to like, to take this set of classes in Tailwind and then go search your code base for exactly this set of classes. Except when it's not unique and multiple div elements use this class. And, to find this, I could do something like I mean, I'm doing it in Notepad. Like, for fuck's sake, I'm so GigaChad, I can do this in Notepad. Imagine how easy it is to go search for this custom, unique class name. You know what? You know what, motherfuckers? We're going to do this easy mode. Holy fucking shit, I need Tailwind to solve this problem.
There it is. It's actually quite easy to find the thing you're looking for with Tailwind because it first off describes what it does. So I can look here and say, oh, it's missing this thing. I should add this additional class that's missing. It doesn't have some weird styles being applied from somewhere else because it all makes sense. So yes, if you have a bunch of weird, obscure syntax that isn't being included in the bundle, because like this doesn't make it to the client, this doesn't make it to the user. So figuring out where this came from in the browser, that sucks. And if it's your job to join in this massive existing code base where half the engineers who worked on it have already quit, and now you want to quickly find where this is coming from, that sucks. The backwards moving from here to here when debugging a production deployment is not fun. Just interesting, because Tailwind solves so many of the problems that he's discussing here, both the ones that he doesn't think are real and the ones that he's complaining about. So yeah, interpolation et al. This was also just a bad idea that we couldn't have predicted at the time. I'm not mad at the SaaS people for this. Hindsight's 2020 and all. But what I want is for it all to stop. This is a fundamentally bad thing. Sizes. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, I never loved this syntax. I never liked the idea of like generating a bunch of dynamic classes based on like
something we can wholeheartedly agree on here. This is not great.
An array or a set of values. Did we ever even do this in the Twitch code base, man? Like, I don't think I've ever seen someone doing this in the Twitch code base. Maybe a little bit in Core UI, but I've never actually seen people adopting this. Just not a pattern I've seen a lot of. Again, let the loops happen in your JavaScript code. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, but Frank, it saves me on keystrokes. Now I can generate more classes and class names just based on that list of sizes. Control-C, you're making all the Tailwind arguments. This author, Frank Taylor here, is going to be the most based Tailwind advocate ever if he just gives it a shot. Like so many of these problems are solved beautifully with Tailwind. The reason you do this is because you had to make the icon class yourself. What if, crazy thought, Tailwind already had size baked in? So if I want these helper classes that are useful, awesome. I use them in Tailwind. And now what's even better is if I see something that's size 32 and it shouldn't be, I can search size 32 across my code base and something actually comes up. That's where I'll agree hard here, especially with the finding in your code base thing. If icons...
Wow, Tailwind. Man, it solves so many problems, yeah? You know, shit, boys. We can't do it without Tailwind. There's no motherfucking way. There's no motherfucking way. We can't do it without Tailwind. I'm doing it in fucking Notepad. But no. I mean, holy shit, man. Shit. How on earth am I ever gonna search? Oh, complicated tool chains and build systems to the rescue to save me from having to do this. I'm fucking Iron Man in the cave over here building an iron suit, and this guy's like, no. Well, no, we need, Boeing to come here and save us. Like, give me a fucking break.
Size isn't behaving right and I want to find it. I can't find the CSS defining it. So I agree, this is terrible. I don't think many people use it. And I think it's a great argument for Tailwind because we can get the best of both. Okay, here's an example of a place where I'm reusing things. See that these two buttons have the same classes? What if I want to change both? Easy. Select them, Command D. Now I can change both. If I want to make the text bigger, text XL. Now I'm changing them both. If I didn't have a hotkey in my editor to edit the same text in multiple places, Tailwind would be unusable. But the fact that
First of all, Theo literally just concedes here. If I didn't have a multi-cursor editor, Tailwind would be unusable. By Theo's own concession, Tailwind, a build toolchain that so far he has, in my opinion, failed to demonstrate why the fuck you need it, has necessitated an even more complex thing, an IDE editor, Visual Studio Code, that is basically a motherfucking browser to edit the HTML code that's in that fucking browser that probably runs fucking Tailwind inside of it. He's basically just given the reason for an Inception level set of Tailwind fuckery. This thing couldn't be usable unless I had this other complex thing to use it. What the fuck kind of thinking is that? That is the stupidest, most retarded argument I've ever fucking heard in my entire life, and I've heard some fucking retarded arguments. And let's not forget that here's an easy fucking way to fix this problem. Herder. How the hell am I going to change all of these things all at once? Here's an idea. Oh no, I want to add a border to everything that has this. How the fuck am I going to do this without a build tool chain such as Tailwind giving me an entire set of build systems that I need, and then an IDE editor that is basically another browser so I can edit the stuff that I need to render in a browser? Oh lordy. Bro with notepad over here. Greek motherfucking high school dropout. Okay, I didn't even finish fucking grade 12. Get fucked.
What I do makes Tailwind not only usable, but quite a pleasant experience. And repeating the code is not the biggest deal in the world. It actually makes it a lot easier to go from your DOM and the thing you're debugging to the code, the actual place the thing's happening. And the obvious question has already been asked, what if they're in different files? There's this really cool thing that exists in basically every framework with different files. It's called components. So if you have a thing that you want to have behave exactly the same in multiple places, make it a component. And now you only have to change it in one place. Really nice. Why would I repeat rather than make it a map?
Hang on.
Make it a component. Files. It's asked, what if they're in different files? There's this really cool thing that exists in basically every framework with different files.
There's this really cool thing that exists in basically every framework with different files. Note how he didn't say there's this really cool thing that exists only in frameworks. I guess I can't do components without a framework, huh? Web components, it's literally in the name, but let's not, who cares about that? You could do it in PHP since the dawn of time, but caveman. And you know, it doesn't ring as true.
It's called components. So if you have a thing that you want to have behave exactly the same in multiple places, make it a component. And now you only have to change it in one place. Really nice. Why would I repeat rather than make it a map or make the button a component? Because before there was just one button, and then I wanted two buttons. So I copy pasted and made a second button, which is totally fine. And you know what? If I need a third button, do you know what to do? Copy paste and make a third button. The alternative is naming things, making data structures, and making finding these components a little bit harder for the next person. If I don't have a reason to separate out these things, then I don't. And generally, I try to reserve map for when I have various sources of data that are not necessarily static and specific to the user. Like a pattern I've seen a lot is, I just saw this when I was overhauling the homepage, const navigation links equals array, where we have href, label images, this. I've seen this pattern a bunch, and then people will map against all these. Why? Unnecessary, waste of time. I see you already saying dry. Yeah, dry is way overrated. Don't rush to abstract those things until they're harder to maintain if you don't. But right now, this file is roughly as simple as it can be because it doesn't need to be more complex. It's just two buttons. Who cares? But this is also the issue with CSS, is if I had this with real CSS, I have to have another file now just for the styles for it. Obnoxious. And yes, the reusing styles doc from Tailwind is awesome. And in here, they actually tell you about things like Command D for
I have to have another file now to have the CSS. What do you think Tailwind generates in order to have your CSS inlined as a class? Perhaps it's another file. Question. Let's go back. Let's see if it shows it here. I hope it does. When YouTube decides to play ball.
Because it doesn't need to be.
Can someone explain to me what these imports are? Those sure look like other files to me. You need another file to manage the CSS if you're gonna manage them differently. But in my case, says Theo, all I have to do is import a bunch of files and add in an unnecessary build step, and I don't have to have a separate CSS file. And meanwhile, high school dropout over here, building shit in Notepad. Easy peasy. Patroclose 007, thanks for the follow just now on the Twitch side. I appreciate it.
Until they're harder to maintain if you don't. But right now, this file is roughly as simple as it can be because it doesn't need to be more complex. It's just 2 buttons. Who cares? But this is also the issue with CSS, is if I had this with real CSS, I have to have another file now just for the styles for it. Obnoxious. And yes, the reusing styles doc from Tailwind is awesome. And in here, they actually tell you about things like Command D for selecting multiple elements and changing them all at once. They recommend using loops in places where it makes sense. They also, of course, recommend components where it makes sense. Yeah, all valid options. Do what makes sense for you. So yes, actually, in this point, I kind of agree. I think this is a bad pattern. I'm thankful I haven't seen it too much. I think loops and iteration and having access to all these values is important, but so is being able to find the code once you've written it and you're looking at the website. For all of those reasons, I think Tailwind is actually a great option. Are you a VS Code user? Even easier. Highlight it and press Alt-Option plus Shift plus down, which will copy the chunk or lines down. Then highlight the part that's repeated a few times when you interpolate and press Command D. Oh, look at that. We actually fully agree. They're using the exact same example. Looks like I pre-read. What did you save? Time and sanity in looking up the SAS syntax? Future times where future you is trying to figure out what the fuck icon 80 pix is living? XKCD is not on your side. Yeah, I love this, by the way. How often do you do the thing? How much time are you shaving? This is whether or not it's worth it based on how much time can it take you for that to have been worth it. So if you do something that takes 1 second every year and you automate that, so you shave the second off for something you do once a year. Yeah, this is also across 5 years. So you save 5 seconds over 5 years if you shave 1 second off a yearly thing. But if you do it every week and you shave 5 minutes, then you save 21 hours. But if it takes an hour to do, shave 10 days. Yeah. Great diagram. I do think about this one quite a bit. I should reference that more. I actually quite agree with this point. It's nice. So I was starting to lose faith in this author, but they're winning me back here. Years ago, I thought it was a great idea to create a mix-in for CSS preprocessors to do my DEM stuff. It's not. It removes traceability, which experience has taught me matters more than saved keystrokes. Can we please stop using languages and tech stacks to solve problems that our IDEs are capable of helping us? Yes. Yes. This is the most I've been aligned with you so far, Frank. Thank you. I absolutely agree. If your IDE...
Unless it's Tailwind, which Theo conceded is only usable if you have an IDE that has multi-cursor availability.
can handle this thing. We should not be inventing new technologies to do it instead. I feel the same way about pre-commit hooks. And you know what? I bet this author doesn't like pre-commit hooks for the same reasons. I would hope so. I consider it a contradiction if they don't, but anyways. Seriously, forget the frameworks. Oh boy. I was blown away when Angular came out. It was an actual thing that could do it all. It could render the markup with fun logic-y attributes, respond to data changes, make the AJAX requests, all amazing. Wanted to use Angular for all the interactive web apps. Then React came out. That was amazing. It could render the markup and incoherent mumblings, components or something. And wait, that wasn't even markup? It was JSX. Sure, I had to add a few libraries to really use it, but yay, I used it for interactive web apps. I don't like the implication here. How would you have built an interactive web app without using other libraries before? Would you?
You could just write the HTML and then you could just write the JavaScript and then you could just write the CSS. That's how you would do it. And then he's going to go off into the, but it's so hard to manage though argument.
You have written all of the logic yourself before we even had async await. How would you deal with like sharing state across multiple nodes? And how would you deal with different pages loading and destroying your current state? How would you deal with submitting a form, nuking the page? If you dealt with every single one of those things yourself, awesome. But I don't believe you. I just don't.
So back to the character attack, right? So I just don't believe you. First of all, you're not precluding the possibility of doing these things. Second of all, then kind of like in a complete opposite direction of, I think these things are possible. Maybe you did do that, But if you did do that, I don't believe you did that. What? And my form does not blow away my page state unless I allow it to. My form submission represents a new page state, and my form can include anything I want about my current page state, which my server could re-render with old page state plus form submitted added new attributes, therefore new page state. Interactivity between DOM elements, that's what you have events for. And events are not something new. We've had basic events in JavaScript since before any of these frameworks came out. jQuery proved that. These arguments in and of themselves in a vacuum don't make any sense to me as some kind of gotcha, how would you have done it? People did do it. They may have complained about it, yes, but they did it. The real reason why React came out is not because you could not do it with the tools available to you at the time. It's because you didn't like doing it the way that it was meant to be done at the time. And so we cater to people's feelings and their preferences and their, it's too intimidating for me to do this. Someone make this easy for me because I'm a fucking baby. And so then we build a framework that's like, hey, have you complained about actually giving a shit about the stuff you're doing and of actually caring and then like trying to understand how you're going to do it this way and you know, suffering like everybody else has to suffer, but maybe coming up with like a somewhat better way. Hey, we've got the solution for you. Use something infinitely more complicated and all those qualms will go away, right? Right? Everything will go away and you'll be much happier. Isn't that right? Shouldn't you be much happier? Inzadurvim, thank you for the follow just now. Well, what the fuck? What the actual ever-living fuck? What the fuck are we doing here? Programmers are self-IDing.
Then there was Vue, then Preact, then Ember, Svelte, Backbone, Alpine, Mithril, Solid, Lit, Stencil, Quick. This is not in order at all, but yeah, Ember came kind of before React, honestly, in terms of its like adoption. Yeah, it's a weird list, weird history. Anyways, maybe it's because Angular was no one's first choice, even though it came first. Maybe that's why the front-end world lost its damn mind with React. React was so much not like Angular that front-end folks were like, let's use it client-side, server-side, native-side, and the three other sides of a damn cube. Folks decided it was a good idea to Reactify all the things. Do you know who else thought this? Apple. Because the magic of React wasn't just React is great. A lot of the magic of React is that the component model is really, really powerful. So here we have some Swift UI code. We have a struct myView, which has a body, some view, which has a VStack, which has the child of text that has a foreground of blue. And the VStack has a frame with these properties and has a background color white. This is React components. The difference is instead of having JSX syntax where the props come first and the child comes after, it's inverse, where you have the thing that is the element, you pass it the children, and then you append the properties as these like dot syntax things after. This concept may have had parts that existed before React, but React's impact is impossible to ignore. React popularized the idea of a component that can own its concerns. It owns the logic, the styles, and the markup all in one box. And that pattern has turned out to be really, really, really good because it lets you have a code base with lots of people working on lots of different features and things without stepping on each other's toes because our pieces live in these boxes that are composable and also self-describing. It's really, really good. And
Okay, so this is the argument. Apple uses it, and it's really, really good. Correct me if I'm wrong. Can somebody, hey, Chubby Puppy Bear, thank you for the follow just now. Can somebody go back on my live stream and just remind me what he said about Magento? Oh, right. Adobe bought them. Adobe, a massive company, bought Magento for $1.68 billion. Theo makes the argument that doesn't mean it's good. In fact, Magento is shit. Yet Magento paved the way for a lot of e-commerce movements that we currently enjoy right now. Oh, but wait, when Apple does it, and it's the component system that React likes to use, Now it's okay. Now you can make an appeal to authority argument because it suits you, because it fits your argument. But if Adobe does it to Magento, fuck. Right? And this doesn't make React good. It makes the principle of React maybe useful. And ultimately, what you're describing here is a convoluted, object-oriented system with inheritance. And then because Apple used it, your argument is therefore good. Okay, well, Adobe bought Magento, therefore Magento good. Why not? Why do you get to use that argument against that, but not against yourself? Why can't I? I have Twitch ads again. We'll pause it here. I will run the stupid ads. Sorry, everyone on Twitch. Everybody else on the other platforms. I hate doing this, but I don't want anybody on the Twitch side to miss anything. I don't think I get very many people on YouTube who get ads, so that's fine. Yeah. So we'll let the ads go. Take a break. Here, you guys can chat. I'm gonna take a bathroom break. Okay, Twitch ads seem to be over based on what Twitch is telling me, so we'll keep going.
I think there's a reason the whole ecosystem has moved in the direction of React. In fact, everything here that came after React ended up largely copying it. Alpine being an exception here, but Solid was, wow, I like React's composability in JSX. How fast can I make it? Lit was, oh shit, components are so powerful, we should make them a web standard. We should build a framework around it. Quick was, oh, funny enough, Quick is by the creator of any.
Here's a great argument. Low life piano. I'm only half joking when I say I think a lot of the React hate comes from back-end devs who literally can't understand an architecture that isn't MVC or MVVM.
Angular. And he made a framework that looks a lot more like React than Angular because he realized React was right about a lot of these things. It's really composable, really dynamic, really powerful, and so flexible. It's a good thing. And React on the server is, again, to address one of the complaints you had before. I'm going to cite you against you now because it's the easiest way to make my point. Remember this .NET MVC app that you discussed earlier where you were using Vue to template things and then you had to write custom jQuery to actually make it interactive after? What if Vue was built in such a way that you could render it on the server and then update it on the client? Thankfully, it is now, but the benefit of putting things like Vue and React on the server is that you solve the two layers problem you discussed here. If I need to write a dynamic application, but I want HTML that means something coming from the server, that's the magic of SSR, is you're getting the best of both there. You're getting the benefit of real HTML going to the user, and you're getting the benefit of the dynamic behaviors possible through these frameworks being written in a much more composable way. So it's not...
Okay. Sounds good on the surface, yeah? One code base to rule them all, and in the darkness bind them. Just somebody remind me again whether React was built for the front end or the back end. And someone remind me again whether the back end does exactly the same thing that the front end does. And someone remind me again why these front end frameworks are built. Oh yeah, that's because on the client side, you're not doing exactly the same thing that your back end is telling you to do. Sometimes you want to do it dynamically. So what on earth makes you think that a thing that is meant to run on the front end, to do front end things, should also be done on the back end through one single architecture, through one single library, framework, whatever it is? These are two separate domains, and we know that they're two separate domains because React exists. If you could move the back end to the front end, then you could have PHP that dynamically renders stuff on the browser for every client. Why haven't we done that? Because it doesn't make any fucking sense. And if anybody ever did that, you'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? But it's okay when you take something you like React, Svelte, Vue, or whatever, and you go, hey, let's save the world and bring about world peace, and we'll move these over to the back end. Solves all your problems, right?
Not like we're using React on the server instead of PHP for our JSON stuff, although React Nil might want a word. I'm not endorsing React Nil. I don't even think the people who made it would either. The goal of React Nil was to make it so you could write logic on the backend using useEffect, useMemo, all of those asynchronous orchestration things without actually rendering React components. So it's like React without a render, which is silly, but no one actually uses this. I think it's like the least popular Poimanders project. Yeah, it's 700 something stars. This basically doesn't exist and it's mostly a meme. So we're using React on the server, not because we think we should have React solve the server problem, but because we think having good HTML going to our users is a good thing. And Angular didn't solve that problem. In fact, if you tried to use Angular the same way you described that .NET stack before, you would have been in actual hell. And that's how React, a framework used to deliver interactive content to a whole 28% of the world's population, is being used to generate static sites. That's not the leap I would have made here. But also, as I mentioned before, JSX, the syntax that React popularized, is now being used to make one of the best modern frameworks that solves all the problems that you're bringing up here, to the point where you didn't put it in this list because Angular doesn't run code on the client. So if you do want a properly static site and you want the benefits of these ecosystems, you have Astro right there. So I agree, React being the default for people to make their blogs might not be good, but Astro can only exist because of React popularizing these tools and growing this ecosystem. I used to have a quote on the Astro homepage that was, Astro is the first framework that feels like the benefits of the old static generation stuff without giving up the quality of the tooling and ecosystem of modern tools. There's a reason that experienced devs like myself that have done things the old way still reach for Astro and the ecosystem of JS and Node tools around it when we want to generate a static site, because it's so nice. It's so good. I had a client a few years ago that was a household name. Their front end was written in Gatsby. I will not take ownership of Gatsby. I have been anti-Gatsby since way before it was cool. I tried it for like 2 hours. I was like, why are they stuffing GraphQL in here? This is awful. So yeah, I agree Gatsby sucks.
Hard agree on
as an
this.
ecosystem, we had to learn that. And if you're defending the place that Drupal
Completely
came from,
agree.
you have no right to talk shit. Gatsby's a static site generator that uses React. This globally known brand has probably 50 websites in at least as many languages, but the content was very static. So imagine the horror the front-end dorks felt when they learned that a content author in Bulgaria updating the terms and conditions didn't want the whole ass site rebuilt for every country and language. This is a weird one. Is this author anti-CI/CD? Because that's how this reads to me. This reads like my earlier take that they would hate pre-commit hooks might be wrong, because it sounds like they don't think changes to your code base should result in your code base rebuilding, which...
Okay. This is kind of a disingenuous framing of what the author's trying to say here. First of all, just a few minutes ago, Theo said, hey, if you're writing a blog, website or whatever, do you need React? No, you probably don't need React. That's overkill. All right, so here's the problem. That's easy to say, but that's not what's actually happening in application. Why? Because how React is being touted, including through the entirety of 1 hour, 25 minutes, and 59 seconds of this video, is that React is literally sent from the gods. And so people don't think beyond that. People just go, well, if this influencer who I trust to tell me the right thing is telling me that React is sent from the gods, why wouldn't I use it for a blog? As a matter of fact, if large teams can handle such complex things with React, solving a whole bunch of problems for me, why wouldn't I use it? Literally every problem I could come up with is solved in React. Why not build my blog? I actually want to hear the actual reason why somebody would not want to use React for their blog from the worldview of someone who really loves React. Why shouldn't you? What would be the downside? You can do anything, right? It's super flexible, super composable. That means you can do server-side rendering. We just went over that. You can get all your SEO benefits. We just went over that. You can do all your CSS. We just went over that. You can manage your content in it. We just went over that. Why shouldn't you use React? What's wrong? When you tout something as a end-all be-all solution to these big problems, it also becomes the solution to every other problem. Also, the author here is not talking about CI/CD as being necessary or unnecessary in terms of in whole, like in mass. What the author is talking about here is, why do we need them if everything we have on the browser can be just shipped to you without a build system? It's not that CI/CD is completely irrelevant, has no place. Sometimes you need CI/CD for server stuff. Like, forget about the front end. Sometimes you need CI/CD so that you can ship a back-end service that renders stuff on the front end. I don't think the author here is saying never use CI/CD. The author here is saying, why are we using CI/CD to render something that's static? But Theo takes an uncharitable framing of the argument here.
Which is a very weird take. The only way to best faith play this one, if Gatsby is where you're referencing, Gatsby's build times were so fucking atrocious that I can understand this point. But if you're working in anything vaguely competent, then a change to your code base should trigger a fresh build. But as people are saying FTP, like, if your solution to updating a page was FTPing the new page, if you have a difference in the state of your code base from the state of your production, you have now introduced so much complexity to your code base. If there is a way for something to exist on my site that isn't either in my database or in my source code, you have just broken the chain of responsibility into tons of tiny complex pieces that make no sense at all. That's terrifying. One of the best gifts we have gotten from the modern ecosystems around web development is the idea that when you deploy, you do that by merging to main. And the deploy is just a consequence of the merge. Slow build times suck. And if this is about the build time being slow and the terms and conditions change taking too long so the build time is so slow, fine. Find ways to speed that up. Gatsby did a terrible job at this, largely because they wanted to sell a service. Gatsby was trying to sell something that would minimize.
No, this is still disingenuous. The issue is not deployment. The issue is build. There's a distinction here. Why do you need to build? You can still use a version management system like Git or Tortoise SVN or whatever you want to use. Doesn't matter. You can still use all these things to overcome the issue of, well, everybody's just FTPing everywhere. How do we keep track of these files? The problem is build. Why do you need to build in the first place? That's the problem.
Rebuilds and do the build really effectively for you. Gatsby sucked. I agree. But I don't think that's a reason to make these points. And I really hope you're not anti-CI. This would have been a non-problem had the web been written in .NET, Java, or fuck me for saying it, PHP or Node. Yeah, instead, if another developer and I are making changes at the same time and we're using .NET or PHP, yeah, you're going to have even worse problems. CI is good. CD is good. I really hope that's not a hot take, But nah, these goobers got high off NPM modules and did shots of JSX in the bathroom at lunchtime. They chose a framework used to deliver interactive content to a significant percentage of the planet for generating non-interactive content on a server. It took them weeks to come up with a solution to the problem they created when they chose a problem as a solution. Yes, I am calling React a problem. I'm calling Angular, Vue, and all of the rest of them a problem. Because unless you have a specific problem of highly interactive data-driven content, you don't need a framework. You don't need a framework to render static content to the end user. Stop creating complex solutions to simple problems. How are you using .NET then? Do you have a pile of HTML files that .NET just serves? You're doing something dynamic if .NET is your server. This is just like full of contradictions and confusing points. I'm not following at this point. And I'm sure, yeah, Astro does not come up. So thus far, my notes to the author are go learn Astro and Tailwind. I think your tune will change a lot because the types of things you're describing should not be built in React. I agree. If you're building a massive static content platform in 50 different languages, fuck React. React is not the solution to that problem. But if your problem is that React is so popular that it's being used by bad developers to do the wrong thing, that's what being popular means.
I can agree with the take here. React is so popular, it's used by bad developers to do the wrong things. This excludes the possibility that it's used by good developers to do the wrong things. Because I think that Theo would be hard-pressed to say that someone is a bad developer if he was presented with a React developer who could write the best React code you've ever seen, but chose to use it for their blog. And then Theo would have to say, okay, so you're a good React developer, you just chose to use it incorrectly. There are distinctions here that are being excluded. And there's a generalization being made, and I think it's because Theo's getting a little bit riled up about the comments being made in the article.
I'm sorry. I promise you there's just as many bad WordPress sites, if not more. Also, more generally, fuck your complexity. Oh boy. This, more than anything, is a rant about complexity. I am mad at how front-end devs create complex solutions to simple problems. I am mad that front-end devs use tools to obscure complexity. I am mad that front-end devs embrace complexity rather than challenge it. Contradiction, anyways. You know what's good about jQuery? Everything. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I just felt my soul lift out of my body and observe the absurdity of what I'm doing right now. I just took spiritual damage from that. Whatever emotional damage React has caused him,
and note
he has just paid it back to me, to my chat, and to any of y'all watching this poor fucking video. I'm so sorry. jQuery took several complex problems, like browsers doing things differently.
Chat is
selecting
reacting.
elements is too complex. Changing things on elements is tedious. AJAX requests are a lot. And it provided a simple, intuitive, and readable solution. Remember that thing I said earlier where I could swap a few words and make this a pro Tailwind article? Tailwind took several complex problems, Cascade being dumb, generating classes being hard, finding which generated class is actually in your code base and where, and having consistency across your elements and styles, and naming things. All hard problems that Tailwind solved. You could break down almost anything in this way. I will say this code is relatively readable. The one
all problems that you could solve without Tailwind. Just hire a high school dropout with Notepad. Good to go.
weird thing here is the AJAX has a success as one of the fields. That feels really weird in terms of like order of events. Because the weird thing I can do here is if I copy this code, since it's an object, I can move success to the top before doing the rest. And I don't know about you guys, but I hate that. I also hate that he didn't format the
Okay, why does he hate that? Is this just another my preferences though argument? I hate that because I don't find it readable. That's not an argument. Because I don't find his React code readable. Then what?
this properly. It's one extra space. Cool. So the issue with this, in my opinion, is that the control flow isn't guaranteed. Some devs might put success up here. Some might put it down there. You never know where they're going to put it. You don't know what order these things occur in. I actually do like ordered arguments for stuff like this. Like my ideal here would be AJAX.
It's readability. It's readability.
And do something with
it's
it.
Preference.
That would be my preferred way. It's a small thing. Just saying that we have actually learned stuff over the last few years, and there are certain patterns that while they look really good if you write the snippet correctly, writing a snippet correctly hasn't really been your thing throughout this article, which is why that one's a little hard for me to be fair.
Wait, so the entire argument against this argument is you didn't write this snippet correctly, therefore your argument bad? Does that, then you concede, Theo, that if someone writes all their snippets in an article correctly, then their argument good and your argument dumb. Right? And again, this is all based on readability preferences. I prefer to read it some this way or that way because it makes sense to me, therefore good.
Fair too. I would hate Haskell. It's read right to left, bottom to top, except for when it's read left to right, top to bottom. Oof, oof. Say something nice about jQuery? I say a lot of nice things about jQuery. I think jQuery gets more shit than it deserves. A big part of why it gets so much shit is this type of delusional thinking. People who think we haven't improved the web since jQuery. Azrael just said in chat, jQuery absolutely made working with the web exponentially better when it dropped. It might be the single technology that improved the experience of web devs the most of any one technology that's ever come out. Its impact is impossible to ignore, and the fact that it's still being maintained is incredible. The work they put into jQuery 4 to make sure that they can keep advancing the web and advancing the tools without breaking people's apps is insane. jQuery is good, and jQuery made the internet a significantly better place to build for and to work and to experience the user. But it doesn't mean everything was great about it.
Yeah. Yeah, Petroclose, yeah.
And as Akadaden said here, jQuery's success is so great that it's basically built into the browsers now. So many of the features from jQuery are now browser features. Cool your jets for a second and think about how wonderfully simple this code is. It handles finding your element in a way that lets you avoid the null checks. It shortens your event binding. It lets you make an AJAX request. It lets you find the element that goes or that the result goes into and plop it there if it's successful. If the problem is user clicks on thing, you get data and show data, that is a beautiful and simple 11-line solution. It did not need NPM modules and a build system. I'm in pain. And sure, maybe you don't need jQuery anymore, and that's fine.
Why are you in
more
pain,
lines of
Theo?
code to do the same thing? Of course. But even without jQuery, your complexity doesn't grow exponentially like it would if you brought in a framework with its build system, linters, compilers, and 700 megabytes of node modules, some of which inexplicably require some stupid shit like is_odd or is get URL. So the reason 700 megs isn't because it's using these random packages. Also, is_odd is a joke, as Chad is pointing out. The issue with node modules being massive is because they're bundling native binaries. The problem with node module sizes is that they're not just JavaScript. The Next.js module is massive because it has a bunch of Rust shit in it. So yeah, if you want node modules to be smaller, we should stop writing them in things that aren't JavaScript. This is not an old man shouts at...
So the argument here is that the size of node modules is so large because people are doing stupid shit with them? Huh. You know how we could avoid that? If we actually use the things that are available to us now and not use node modules at all, then people won't build stupid shit. Right? Why doesn't that argument work? And what's worse about this is that people will build stupid shit and then other people will just npm import it. And they won't know it's stupid shit. Because it's so easy. Because bros online influence people to use things that are stupid shit or that come with stupid shit. They just don't explicitly say that because who has time to read over 700 node modules to figure out which ones are stupid shit versus which ones are not? No one. No one does. So that easy button of look how easy it is to solve these problems comes with it is now no longer easy to determine when you've imported stupid shit and why you have 700 megabytes of stupid shit.
Cloud moment where I want the world to go back to jQuery. This is me trying to illustrate how jQuery solved many problems with simplicity, and somehow we seem to have forgotten the value of just being simple.
And you can see
So I have
chat.
this random project I was working on. I just don't feel like editing a new one. I'm not even going to render this. I'm just going to do an example of a jQuery data button.tsx. So yes, this requires a build step. Fuck you, I don't care. We want this button on click to fetch this data and then render the results to a results tag. First off, this kind of sucks because the button and the results tag are now very separated and it's hard to know if one changes if the intended behavior exists or not. And we're also not including the markup here at all. This is just the JavaScript that updates the markup. So we're already going to be taking a penalty just because we have to.
Oh man. You know, this is tough, huh? First argument against this, you have no idea whether the intended behavior is here. And I think what he means is you have no idea whether the element that you are targeting against exists. You know what jQuery did? That's fantastic. That's a superpower that developers have that they seem to forget all the time. jQuery was kind of like an ultimate complaint about the standards of browsers at the time. So when jQuery came out and people loved using it, it was basically a different way of saying, hey, browsers, the way that you do certain things is really freaking annoying. Can you please fix it? Here's how we would like it to be fixed. And then as a result of that, you got something that I'm going to do in Vanilla.js as a high school dropout in Notepad. Here is how you check whether your intended element exists or not. Query selector, because of jQuery, by the way, was a standard because of jQuery. Done. And I could even wrap that around the Ajax call itself. And then I can go up here and I can even wrap an if statement around that too. You know what I didn't need? The bullshit of a JS framework.
To write the markup too. I know, insane, as we were saying. Export, function, demo. First, we need the data. Since we don't want the data always, we only want it to come in on click, which by the way, really weird case. Usually you would want the data to be there when the page loads, not when the button is clicked. You'd want the button click to not fetch data, but to post data and then update the page with the results. So I actually hate this example, but that's not what we're here to talk about. What we're here to talk about is replicating this exact behavior. I have const mutate data equals use mutation. But this now needs some information. It needs a mutation function. Thankfully, it's pretty easy to write. Fetch API results. So I guess this isn't just fetching with get this because it has data. So this has to be posting implicitly, right? Just making sure. If you're going to talk about how it describes everything and not include the fact that by default this is posting, fuck you. Like, why does this imply that I'm using post and not get? So we have to include that because we don't have dumb defaults with browser standards. Default's get. Okay, so if the default is get, what happens when I pass data? So where does this go? Is this just part of the header?
Hang on. So you're okay with implications inside of React, implications that obscure things like what even is use mutation? Like let's just be fucking real here for a hot fucking minute. What the fuck is use mutation? You're making the complaint that you don't know how an Ajax request works. How do I know what use mutation does? You just imported a library that I now have to go look up. Why do I have to go look up your bullshit fucking implied use mutation libraries, but you don't have to do your damn job and go look up what jQuery does by default when it does this shit? This is such a bullshit bad faith argument. I can't even begin to wonder, like, I don't understand how it's coming out of his mouth.
URL parameter? What the fuck? Users with an S. Cool. Thank you, SuperMaven, for correcting my code for me. Cool. So now we have the data that we get from the API there. Nice. And in the browser console, can I see how it requested that? We can see it did a GET request. So if I was to add data in here, user testing, and then I check network again, press a button. Yeah, just appending that as query params.
Holy shit! You just did exactly what I said. You just went and looked at how it worked, and now you know exactly how it works implicitly. Why do you want to escape having to do such a simple process to figure out what this is, but you're going to make it incumbent on me to go and look up your use mutation import bullshit, to use an entire framework? What's the difference?
But now, if I change this to method post, will it change? Yeah, it does. So the point I'm trying to make here is there's a really awful implicit behavior in jQuery here where what data does changes based on if you put method post or not. So in this example, since we're...
Why is this awful? Please, why is this awful? Why? Any request since the dawn of time, since the web was just a bunch of cavemen doing stuff on the, like drawing little circles on the wall. Everything was by default a GET request with appended query parameters. And maybe you had POST shortly thereafter, which was a specific type of request you would make for form submissions. It is absolutely fucking mind-blowing to me that we have someone who has this much influence over the tech industry not shitting on a basic concept that took him about 10 seconds to figure out while he's saying, hey, open up your fucking mouth and let me guzzle in, use mutation import for you so that you can fix this problem. What problem?
We're getting API results. What we're actually getting is this. Why? Like if this was search params or something, I'd be cool with that. But again, jQuery is not perfect. It tried so hard to make things convenient that it's full of really weird behaviors like this.
But React
this
is not.
dumb. So we're going to do this correctly because we want to post with data. So we're actually going to specify method post and we'll specify the body, JSON.stringify, foobar. Cool. So since we're following actual web standards, I thought that the web platform was good. We should probably use it more, right? Yeah. So now we have the mutating data.
Cool. Cool. All right. Yeah, we want to use web standards, right? So here's what high school dropout Spiro on Notepad's going to do. You know, I'll do you one better. I'm going to use both. Would that make you happy? Would you feel happy then, Theo? Well, what do we have here? I can actually use jQuery and web standards together. Actually, nothing precludes me from using both. As a matter of fact, are you not doing the same thing in your stupid ass use mutation example here? Where you're using an entire build system with a React framework, and now you're going to have to do JSX on top of it, and it's going to look preferentially to me, since preferences matter so fucking much. My preference is that this is unreadable bullshit, and now you're going to just write more unreadable bullshit, and you're just going to mix up the standards yourself. Why can't I do it in my preferred bullshit? What makes your version better than mine? I'll tell you, objectively, I can ship this shit 10 times faster than you can build and ship this shit.
And reminder, unlike the jQuery code, we're actually going to include the markup here too. So it's going to look worse, but it looks worse because we're actually like using the results and we're actually rendering things here. If I do data and, we don't know what data is going to be. So we can mutate that. There's a bunch of different places we can do it. Easiest is dot then. Ta-da. Now we have an actual web standards following solution here that is a button on click, then loads the data, and we now choose whether or not this element renders. What if we want a different thing to render in results before we have the new content? This is a really good pattern for encapsulating those things. And I think his argument before was the number of lines of code. So I'm going to win this argument by doing the same thing he did here, which is not using post or a body. It's actually doing the following. Foo equals bar. And if I really want to make this as minimal as possible, just to make the point, const mutation function, pass that here. Okay, that doesn't actually help as much as I thought it would. Annoying, but fine. I made the same mistake there. So if the thing we're measuring on is lines of code, his was 11. We'll delete it. Because mine, with white space included and the nice like line break formatting and the markup, mine's 14. Meh. And there's plenty of things I could do here to make it smaller. Like if I don't include the markup, we're just including the behavior part here. We're at 8 lines of code. So while on one hand, I agree that having simple syntax for doing these types of things is important, I think the fact that this code has no direct relationship with the markup sucks. So yes, I left the React query provider out, but he left out importing jQuery, same difference. Yeah, the point I'm trying to make is that the line of code difference here is negligible. The order of events here is unnecessarily flexible, and he left out all of the HTML, so it's actually possible this code doesn't work because there's no results element or there's no get results button. By the way, weren't we talking earlier about good names for classes? Because if we were to do this the way that you were recommending earlier, it would actually be results underscore underscore button dash dash default. And this would be results underscore underscore results dash dash default, I guess, too. Cool. Like,
This right here has got to be probably, in my opinion, the most triggering argument that he makes, because he takes the absolute, there is, I did not see any claim on the original article that CSS classes should be named this way. He just imposed the necessity that they would be named this way. They do not have to be. And I already proved it, again, as a high school dropout in Notepad, how they do not have to be this way, how it is actually simple to deal with naming conventions like this. He just chooses to make the most obtuse version of this way in order to dunk on the author, because at this point him and his cult-like following chat are all shitting all over the author, because that's the vibe right now.
if you really want to play this game, I'll play. I'm down. But personally, I find this both less readable and way less maintainable, even if simply because
I too find your React bullshit less readable and less maintainable. Who wins the argument?
move success up like that. Now I can't read the order of events here at all. The magic of React is how much more readable and
Hang on. I just want everybody to know that he's basically calling every single programmer a fucking fucktard retard.
that now I can't read the order of events here.
Now I can't read the order of events here. What programmer does not understand that when you make an AJAX call, you ship a request, you receive a response. Success cannot happen before you ship the event. Like, you have to send something to receive something, yeah? But you know what? You guys are so motherfucking stupid. React has to save you from not being able to understand this, because your brains lack the neural capacity to understand that in order to receive a successful result, it has to send something first. And if you just shift around the lines where it is, like, what the fuck kind of an argument is this?
At all. The magic of React is how much more readable, and like the benefit of React here is how much more readable and maintainable the result is, because the relationship between these things is contained within this box. So I have this box, a demo, and I want it to render this button and then render the results after. But you can read this top to bottom, and that's what I like much more. In this example, not as much so, because this mutation happens asynchronously. But if it was happening when the component was rendered with use query instead, we can just call it there, do the same thing. One last point I want to emphasize here, just to showcase why I think this is important. What if we wanted 2 of this button? What if we wanted 4 of them, and we were going to change foo to A or B or C, etc.? How would we do that with this code? I can tell you, it's not fun. We're going to have to copy paste this code multiple times.
Yeah.
And change it to results button A, results button B, and results button C. And then we're going to have to go through all of these and change the data it's sending. Could I wrap this as its own function and then pass the value and generate the nice function for that? Ugh. Good luck, have fun. Let's see.
Yeah, good luck, have fun. Okay, let's have a high school dropout, Spiro here, who did not finish grade 12, self-taught, okay, and we're just going to use Notepad. We're not going to use any bullshit. How the fuck are we going to do 4 buttons with 4 different requests? Holy shit. What are we going to do? All right. You know what? Let me make it simpler. I'll make it simpler. Thank you, by the way, jQuery, for giving us this gift. Here's your confirmation that the element exists. Can't remember how to do the there's a different way to do this, but this is the way I remember off the top of my head. You could even potentially parseint it if you really needed to. I don't care about the spacing right now. And then what you would do is you'd go, and then in here, you could do, you know, whatever you needed to do here. You know, whatever. Data set. Thank you guys. Look, Ma, no jQuery. Take this motherfucking piece of shit, bullshit, stupid ass, unreadable, insane, lunatic version code for something that is so simple and get it the fuck straight out of my house. This is such bullshit. And then for you to sit there and listen to this and be like literally be talked down to as if you're some kind of fucking dumbtard who can't write the simplest code on the face of the fucking planet to do this bullshit is offensive. Bare minimum. This is not a good example to make your use case on. It is a bullshit example. And if you want to play bullshit games, I will match you and one-up you. And by the way, I'm a high school dropout. Just want to rub that in there. This dummy can do this shit on screen live while everybody's fucking watching. And I don't need any of your bullshit abstractions. I can just do it all off the top of my fucking head. This is not as hard as you make it out to be.
See how I do this in React. Props. This is with TypeScript, by the way, which I could have just opted out of, but I chose to include it. So props, foo string, change that to a string template. Props dot foo. Now we're done. Now if I want 15 of these, all with different foos, demo foo equals A. Demo foo equals B. I think this is awesome. The fact that we have in roughly the same amount of code, the entirety of the markup, the ability to style this here too, the behavior, all race conditions and such handled as well, using the web standard fetch instead of a wrapper around it, and then dynamically rendering or not rendering this element as well. If we want, we can have a loading state too. So if we want to have something that happens during loading, I guess is pending is correct here, because we want to show something when loading, we can do that.
Yeah, you can absolutely do that. Yeah. Done. Get fucked.
So we want to disable the button when this is happening. So we don't want overfiring.
Get straight fucked.
Disabled equals is pending. How are you going to do that in here? This is where it falls apart.
Are you going to do that in here?
If you just look at this example and don't think about how you integrate it, how you change it, how you maintain it, what happens if people change the order of things in here, how you deal with that in code review. And you don't think about it beyond this simple example. Yeah, it seems like a fair own. But the reality of how code changes over time just fundamentally disagrees. And while this code might be a quick fix when you're quickly working on the problem, especially back in the day where there weren't built-in solutions for any of these things, yes, this is significantly better than writing JavaScript before jQuery existed. But the new patterns solve these problems so much.
Except I just wrote JavaScript without any jQuery.
Much better. This isn't wonderfully simple beyond the problem it's solving. This solution does not scale to more complex problems ever. This solution scales up and down beautifully. That's my issue. Let's continue reading this. Oh, Jesus Christ, there's even more. So much for a 14-minute read. Goddamn. Back to where we were. Pretend I'm not talking about JavaScript for a second. Let's pretend it's just an ordinary, everyday, 3-template website. Maybe it's managed by a CMS. Maybe it's not. Does it really need Tailwind, Bootstrap, even Gasp, class from the back of the room, Sass? Is writing plain CSS really such a terrible thing? No. If you already have a thing that's built and you want to make quick changes to it, absolutely. But if you're architecting a new application and you want to have a good maintainable developer experience, or you're trying to dig something out of fucking hell, yeah, I would want to use some of those things. The issue I see is whenever there's an article like this, the argument is never, I see why these things are popular. They absolutely bring value. I just think they're hurting in these 3 ways. The argument's almost always, this is all bad. It was always simpler before. None of these things made sense. Why are you doing it? And I hate that angle. Let me fill you in on a cool fact about CSS. It doesn't need a fucking compiler. No npm install -d sass, no npm I gulp. You get to tell Webpack to fuck off, good and proper, like the way the good Lord intended. So they are a no-build person. I had a feeling as we were going through this, but yeah, good luck, have fun. This is a great take if you don't have a big code base, to be fair. There's a horseshoe theory going on here. I'm trying to figure out if I'm on the horseshoeing coming together or if they are, but I hate that point. Oh.
We covered this already. The author is not saying that you don't need CI/CD. There are cases, including something completely removed from a front-end system, that would require a CI/CD and a build process. What does not absolutely need it by necessity is anything to do with front-end.
And enough with the new and shiny. Finally, something we can agree on. As I brought up at the beginning here, I think that devs reach for new things far too often. And you should probably use things that are older most of the time, unless you're really excited about the new thing. Yeah, but React is not new and shiny anymore. Let's be...
Low Life Piano here says nitpick too. CSS does need a compiler. It's just in the browser. Okay, so your solution is let's add yet another compiler to something that already compiles our CSS.
Be real. Ugh. Sure, it's awesome that you can strongly type CSS variables, but that doesn't mean you should. Can you have web components with declarative shadow DOM? Duh. But hear me out. Why have 3 steps to render markup when you could have 1? Yeah, I agree with all of this so far. I think web components are bad. Yes, the new JS framework is all the awesomeness. Definitely do a side project with it. Please, in the name of her sweet saint fuck of apathy, don't use it in your next project. Side project versus next project. Yeah. Anyways. We haven't learned what our regrets will be, and the regrets are what everyone else has to live with but you. Yes, this is a fair point. It's also a bias that I have. There's a lot of times where I adopted a thing, and before we started to run into the problem, I'd already left. But you're also failing to acknowledge the problems with all of the technologies and things you're recommending, and you're refusing to acknowledge the fact that a lot of the tools that we've discussed in this article are things that we invented to solve very real problems that we had in very real code bases. Yeah, I also agree here. Give it 2 years before you take it for a ride in production. In late 2020, the React team introduced the 0 bundle size React server components concept. Okay, so it sounds like server components are 2x past your 2-year point here. So yeah, LOL. Do you know what happens in the next 2 years? 2 years worth of Stack Overflow questions. Yeah, to you watching this video right now, I just had the displeasure of reading this whole section, and I'm not going to put you through that without consent. So if you do want to read whatever the fuck he was saying here, feel free. There's a link in the description, but I'm not going to put you through that. The new and shiny is fun for side projects. It is not for production. Yeah, and I like the rule of put 2 years between you and any new tech. It's sad that you just went on whatever the fuck you're doing here, because I agree with the point of this part. You should absolutely wait a little bit before taking a risky bet on a new piece of technology. And you should acknowledge the fact that it's risky. I have a lot of videos where I talk about this. I have one that bombed, and I've tried rebranding it a bunch of times, and I don't know why this one never does well. Betting on your tech stack. The point of this video, also, I've noticed these videos tend to be about 5 minutes long and they tend to bomb. I should maybe do a longer one. Yeah, don't make gambles on your tech stack. It's almost always a bad idea. Your bet should be the product, not the tech. If you really want to, if you deeply believe in and understand a new piece of technology, awesome, have fun. But you need to know the risk profile. The risk profile of an established thing is very different from the risk profile of a brand new thing. But the fact that he's talking about React as though it's this brand new thing, when React's been out for over 10 years and server components have been out for over 4, it's a bit weird to me. TLDR. Just...
Yeah. You know what's weird to me? Um, like, all right, we have Zig version 0.11, first pre-release 2017. It's beyond the 2-year mark, yeah. All right. What's the problem with using it? The problem is that you cannot make this argument for Zig nor for React. You cannot just willy-nilly say React has been around for 10 years. You cannot willy-nilly say Zig has been around for six, 7 some odd years. Therefore, it's okay to use it now. It's solid, isn't it? Because every release that comes out, especially for Zig, had massive breaking changes. And there are people to this day who are stuck 1, 2, 3 versions behind the current version of React because every solid version that comes out of React every 2-ish years or so makes such wide sweeping changes that it leaves people fucked. They cannot spend the time or money to go make updates. Part of the reason is because of all the other tangential bullshit that comes with React. For example, if you have a use mutation library that depends on React 17, but React 19 is out, you can't make a fucking move until use mutation updates. So don't give me this bullshit argument that just the 2-year thing is null and void in React because it's been around so long. It's constantly chasing the new, it's constantly being the new shiny thing because it's constantly being changed so much that you're fucked if you're behind it. If React is so good and it solved so many problems already, why are you fucking over previous version users who cannot move towards the new version because everything that was built around it also cannot move towards it? That doesn't sound flexible to me. That doesn't even sound like something I would want to gamble my tech company on. Why would I want to use such a bullshit technology that would leave me stuck? So that when people like you who get the nice, whatever, you leave, you move on to the next job, you get paid more, you take your exit round, whatever the fuck it is, whoever the fuck you are, you leave the company, you have all that knowledge because you introduced such a popular tech stack that has meta and has billions of dollars behind it and all that bullshit. Then you leave and then you just leave everybody else holding the fucking bag.
Grow up and think, you know what? I got a spicy take. And this one's even going to own myself a bit. If your response to something that is popular that you don't like is grow up, that's a self-own. If this thing is popular enough that lots of very talented adults aren't just using it, but are explaining it, pushing it, and building incredible things with it, there's basically no way you could say this in this context that isn't a self-own.
I don't know. Sounds like a lot of grown-up adults are using Magento. And using it for quite a bit. There's still a lot of Magento stuff out there. Did you just self-own yourself, Theo? Because the same argument can be applied to you.
And it sucks. I was actually really excited to open this article and agree a bunch. And I went out of my way to find things to agree on because I try to look to people who disagree with me and find things I can learn from and potentially agree with.
Look at
but
chat.
It seems like you're living in the late 2000s. And I can't help but point out this contradiction that was discovered by chat, that he used the phrase
Seems like you're living in the late 2000s. Another ad hominem attack.
bait assholes, which is the thing I skipped over for y'all, and grow up right below it. My spicy take is maybe these things happen for a reason. Maybe, just maybe, when these things take over and become the norm, like, I don't know, TypeScript or React or Bootstrap or Tailwind or Sass or all these other things, maybe it's not because we're dumb. Maybe it's because there is some value in these things for some people.
I'm going to agree with him here. I have to do the Twitch ads, so I'm going to take another break. We'll get through the Twitch ads, and I'm going to agree with his take, but I'm going to provide a different reason why I agree with this take. So I'll get them all out of the way. So again, sorry anybody who's watching anywhere else on any of the other platforms. Twitch ads are taking over for now, and I don't want anybody on the Twitch side to miss anything, so we're going to pause it and let them go. Yeah, laugh. I know about this one. That one's been covered before. I might bring it up, but I'll keep that in the back pocket, man. Yeah, hang on. I'll be right back. Twitch ads are about 2 minutes and 20-ish seconds. We'll get those out of the way, and then we'll get right back to it. 1 sec. Anyway, how are you all doing tonight? While we wait for the Twitch ads to be over, how are you all doing tonight? We're almost through the video. Ads are, yeah, it'll be different. So I think what Twitch does is it tells me, like, just generally speaking, you know, when ads would be playing for everybody. So some people will get shorter amounts of ads depending on like their subscription status or whether they have turbo or something like that. I don't know exactly how it works, but ultimately I'm just placing my trust in what Twitch is telling me on my streamer dashboard, and it's saying there's 60 seconds of ads left and then it's over. So I just have to go with that. Don't have much of a choice. You wish to never hear the word react again. Yeah. There's still 3 minutes of video left, and then I have some closing statements. 30 seconds. No more ads for you. Okay, 30 seconds left on my side, so I'll let it go. 30 seconds, and then we'll get to closing statements. Okay, looks like the ad break is over. So Theo just made the point. Like, essentially the point is, let's not dismiss the fact that React exists, simply because you don't like it. If it has gained popularity and it's used so much and it has so much backing behind it, then maybe there's a reason for it. And maybe it's because we're not stupid. After he just got finished showing you that you are stupid because you do not understand a basic order of events with the fetch system. So he essentially called you stupid without actually calling you stupid, and then says, but we're not stupid because there's a reason why this is here, because we're not stupid. Now, I got to agree that if something does have a huge, popular support behind it and everybody uses it, it must solve some problem. It must have some appeal. Absolutely. There must be some reason why it's being used, and probably you can't in whole just dismiss it out of hand and say that's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. I agree. As a matter of fact, I agree so much. When jQuery was being used, it was the exact same thing. Everybody was using it, and everybody loved it because it solved a bunch of problems that people wanted to be solved. And then what happened? Then browser standards moved forward. For example, browsers began to use Query Selector and Query Selector All because of the way jQuery was implemented in terms of selecting elements. Think about that. The developers themselves said, hey, not only do we have a problem, we're going to create a solution for our problem. And we're going to beg browser standards to match that solution. And nowadays, there's at least a few elements of jQuery that you no longer need to use because the standards have moved. Imagine that. Imagine if instead of just being complacent with the additional build steps and tool chains that you need to use, the additional abstractions and complexity over top of standards, imagine if developers had the power to move the standards forward by complaining about the things that they're trying to solve. Well, color me shocked. We've done it before. It's currently happening, but just the same argument as this guy stuck in the 2000s, I'm going to make the same claim about everybody who staunchly defends React as if it is the only way to do anything these days, or it is the primary way, or because of its popularity, it must mean that it is the only way. Well, I'm sorry, but then by that standard, Magento must be the only way to do anything. WordPress must be the only way to do a content management system because it is the most widely used. But we have just gone over so many things where this is not the only way. There is alternatives that have been pushed forward because people were using React and complaining about the reasons why they had to use React in the first place. Standards move forward, and now there are definitely some elements of React and some elements of your CSS arguments and some elements of your JavaScript arguments and some elements of your CI/CD build arguments that no longer have any relevancy because they are solved problems where you do not need these abstractions anymore. But you're perfectly fine to throw that argument against the author. It's just, no, but when we do it, aren't we smart? Don't you think we're smart? Don't you think the popularity should tell you that we're smart? This is cult-like behavior because what this does is it implies that there are others. There are others out there who do not fit the mold of the React Andes here. There's a reason why we exist. You're stuck in the 2000s if you're going to make these kinds of complaints. And note that Theo himself conceded that he's not willing. He is not looking for complaints that, like, arguments that do in whole counter React. To him, those are not valid arguments. To him, valid arguments would be, here's 2 or 3 things wrong with React, but let's, as long as we get to keep using React in full the way we want to keep using it, I'm willing to look at 2 or 3 areas that we can change. But if someone comes out and says React as a whole was a mistake, bro,
Crazy thought. I know it might take an adult to think through that one, but come on, man. The absolute refusal to acknowledge the valid reasons why we might find these things beneficial is just absurd. Like, genuinely absurd to me. I can't believe.
And the honest refusal to accept why none of these things are necessary, or to even entertain the idea that any of them are necessary, is also just as bad.
It levels absurd. Let's go through his TLDR and be done with this one. Think you can care about the content first. Okay, cool. Again, agreements. If you're not thinking about the actual content of the page that you're rendering, you're not doing your job. And I find that to be far too common, not just with front end, but actually, especially backend devs. I find backend devs are the worst about this, where they want to talk about how many requests per second their backend can handle and not about how it benefits the user. Yeah, I agree with him here. But also, yes, assume the user's interests are more important than your own. Absolutely, yep, we are fully aligned at that point. Quit acting like...
First of all, which backend devs is he talking about? I don't know. Again, this is one of those anecdotal, his community versus anybody else's. Second of all, requests per second has a direct impact on users' happiness. Study after study has shown that e-commerce websites have a negligible decrease in sales of conversion based on how quickly a page loads. That comes in part, at least, from back end, but also from front end. Fine, maybe you're not concerned about the actual content itself, But the idea that back-end people only care about requests per second is not serving the users who are consuming said content. What?
CSS is some giant ass mistake that needs fixing. It's a medium ass mistake, and there are things that need fixing. A group of people who were collectively smarter than us wrote those specs. If a high enough percentage of your users are using the thing wrong, you can't blame the user anymore. What percentage of CSS devs have to have a problem with CSS before you realize maybe it shouldn't be like this? I promise you that if you took an average dev and had them build something with CSS, and you took an identical average dev and had them build the same thing with Tailwind, you and I both would look at the network profile, the behaviors of the site, and the quality of experience and say, yeah, the one with Tailwind is obviously better. Sometimes tools can steer the users in the right direction. And if the thing we care about in the end is the users, maybe we should be more accepting of tools that might not make us feel as smart, but make it easier for us to write the right thing, regardless of how experienced we are. The beauty of
So this is the ultimate concession right here. This is what I've been talking about since I started streaming. First of all, he makes two assertions. The first assertion is that most people are using CSS incorrectly. Based on what? Where's the evidence for this? The second assertion is that because most people are using CSS incorrectly, therefore we need tools. There are no alternatives. People using CSS incorrectly has no alternatives other than a tool. And then he concedes the ultimate thing that I've been saying since day one.
make us feel as smart, but make it easier for us to write the right thing, regardless of how experienced we are.
There's the problem. My rant yesterday and the beginning of my rant today already said this. The problem becomes when people who are less experienced need to write the correct thing, and therefore someone who is more experienced writes said tool so that it is easier for them to write the correct thing. That's the problem. First of all, who determines that that's the correct thing? Second of all, how can you possibly expect someone with less experience to understand that the thing they are using is being used in the correct context to begin with? They are, by definition, less experienced. And when you come at them and you say, someone more experienced than you created a tool so you can feel nice and comfy in your cushiony, warm chair so that you can write the right thing for what you're doing, then every context is the right context. And then we sit back and wonder why these tools are so popular and they get used in all the wrong ways. Because we're not encouraging programmers to think. What we're encouraging programmers to do is to check off a bunch of boxes. Don't worry, someone much smarter than you has already figured this out. So whatever it is that you need to do, just go ahead and use this thing. Theo himself concedes this. This thing I've been talking about since the first stream I did. This is an easy button. And that easy button has led to what? I'll show in my concluding statements. Let's continue.
Beauty of Tailwind is you can take somebody who sucks at CSS and carry them slowly to writing good CSS. Yeah, CSS is not a pit of success. Very well put, Alex. Server-side rendering was not invented with JavaScript, and it doesn't have to be implemented with JavaScript. We discussed this one earlier, but I think the issue here is that the term server-side rendering didn't need to exist until client-side rendering did. And the reason we started to say SSR was to contradict the existing single-page app client-side rendered thing that became popular in the early 2010s. So the server-side rendering concept, I agree, is not unique to JavaScript, but the terminology exists because of JavaScript, period. JavaScript is neither the godsend nor the hellspawn for your project. It's a tool which you can choose to use incorrectly. Learn when JavaScript's the right tool for the job. Yeah, that's fair and I agree. Quit doing hard things for simple problems. Yes, again, I agree. Quit doing things that are degrees of difficulty harder than the problem. When a problem presents itself, look for multiple solutions and then choose the simplest one. Assume the simplest solution is the best. Yes, 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 yes. And then quit chasing the new and shiny in your day job. Okay, yes. So if your thought now is, why the fuck did I turn this article into a video? Generally, when I'm skimming articles to see if it's something that makes sense for content or not, one of the first things I do is scroll to the bottom and get a rough idea of the conclusion. I think I did that here because I wouldn't have put it on the list otherwise. And if I had just read this, I agree with most of it. It was just his intent, his meaning, his points, his examples, and his alternatives that I disagree with. And I wish I had known that before going in because it would have been a very different video. So to Frank Taylor, thank you for writing this. Thank you for putting the effort in. And thank you for working to make the web better. I know your intentions are good, but what a fucking read.
So he agrees with like the article. He just disagrees with every single point inside the article. All right. So, where does that leave us? Where does that leave us? Here's the problem that I have with this type of thinking. Essentially, if you're going to kind of take what's being said here by Theo and people like Theo who are just heavily invested in these frameworks as really, really good solutions. And you know what? I'll try and be very charitable to Theo. He did say multiple times that you should consider what you're using and why you're using it. And he did agree that you shouldn't be adding complexity to problems that are by themselves not complex. Okay, so that's great. I can agree with him there. He literally stated those things. This is good. We need to hear more of this. But he went on about how Tailwind, a complexity over a problems that have been solved, is the only way to solve these problems, and it is not. That feels like a counter argument to himself. He did go on to explain why React seems to be a better way to handle something that I did in Notepad on the fly, live, while watching him. He felt like there was no better way. Like this was the best way, the most readable, the most sensible. This makes the most sense. Okay. So while on the one hand, he will agree because it's just a common sense thing, don't make things more complex than they have to be. He then proceeds to tell you to use more complex things because he prefers the way these things are. What if you don't prefer it? What if you find his way of doing things unreadable? Just the same way that someone could look at this and go, I don't find this readable. Okay. Okay, fair. But the objective difference between these two is not whether one is readable or not. It's whether I have added complexity on top of a system like this in order to get to the same location. You want to go build a tank that gets you from point A to point B? I can ride a bicycle. Preferences don't have anything to do with that here. Ad hominem character attacks don't have anything to do with that here. The argument being made is that we have added complex systems because we think we're solving something. Now, in some cases, there is an actual problem. There is an actual problem, and it is being solved by some of these frameworks. 100% I can agree with that there are instances like that. Absolutely. What is jQuery if not solving a bunch of problems that existed at the time? Of course we do that. But again, the difference is that we have a power that a lot of other industries do not have, which is to say that we can build tools while we complain about the problems at hand and push forward what the entire ecosystem does about that problem so that the problem doesn't exist anymore, so that the tools and extra things that you needed to solve the problem in the first place are no longer required. And you can make that case about jQuery, and people do, especially people who love their frameworks, whatever they are these days. They will say, why would you use jQuery these days? It's completely useless. Why not just use vanilla JavaScript? It gets you 80% of the way there. Yes, thank you. But when I make the argument back against you, you go, oh no, pearl clutching time. Don't take my pearls away from me, because React does stuff that you couldn't even possibly begin to dream of, because God forbid that you move the success of I don't have it anymore here, but God forbid you move success call in jQuery for the Ajax call from 2 lines down to 2 lines up, because it would just break your brain because you're so stupid as a developer. What? This is cult tactics 101. Everyone else is wrong except me. I can make an argument and project whatever I'm feeling onto other people's viewpoint, but when it's thrown back at me, I get, guess what? Imposter syndrome. That's what that is. It's cognitive dissonance. It's when your brain breaks because someone's actually making an argument that you know is true, but your feelings override it. That's cognitive dissonance. Your feelings are like, wait, no, this can't be true. I can't deal with this. What the hell? No, only I can make that argument. How dare you make the argument back against me? And then you start feeling like you have imposter syndrome. It's the exact same thing, because you don't actually know what the fuck you're talking about. You know how I know? Because I was in a cult for 30 years, for 30 some odd years. And that's exactly how this works. The way that chat went along and vibed along with the way Theo reacted to the entire article, cult-like. The way that you can present an argument, but the same argument brought back to you is all of a sudden an indefensible argument, cult. The way you other people, oh, this person's stuck in the 2000s. Why should we believe anything he says? Cult. 2 points to conclude. 1, if everything is so great and we've solved so many problems and there's so many smart solutions out there, and you can npm install stuff, and you can import use mutation, and you can import all kinds of libraries to do all the stuff you can dream of, and you don't need to have, like vanilla JavaScript and build from scratch and do what I'm doing on screen here. High school dropout, build stuff on screen, dynamically on the fly. You think that everything is good. Then I would argue that by your own argumentation, the entire IT industry should be getting better, not worse, right? And instead what we're seeing is shit like this. We've made it so easy for cybercrime to be the 3rd largest economy in the world. And I want you to note the distinction. It's not cybercrime spending. Cybercrime spending is more like in the billions of dollars. What we're talking about here, cybercrime spending, is like people who you pay to deal with cybercrime. No. What we're talking about is the cost of cybercrime being executed in the real world. And the cost of that is huge. Why do we have cybercrime? How about this? What is this? But wait, I thought we solved a whole bunch of problems. Now, this can't fall solely at the hands of React. But this type of thinking begins in places like React, because it is easy on the web to introduce the stupidest cult-like ideologies that one can fathom. And then it spreads. And people go, well, npm install worked so great. Look at how much we could scale with React when you can npm install libraries that solve problems that have already been solved. And then you can just build and scale a website and make an exit round for several $100 million, and everyone's rich. Why don't we bring package managing to everything? Let's just package manage the whole world. And then you have languages like, I don't know, Rust, where you can just install any package you want. And then it gets so out of hand that you don't understand when you've installed bullshit, or when you've installed something that has a serious vulnerability. And in case you don't believe me, I have already been through scientific studies that have gone through GitHub, thousands of GitHub repositories, where they have tracked the number of security vulnerabilities that are being introduced by open source GitHub repositories that are just npm installing the world in order to accomplish something, and how many vulnerabilities exist because you cannot keep up with the number of packages that are being installed in your open source repository. We introduce all kinds of security vulnerabilities all the time because we think we're solving problems, and then we just sit back and go, well, now it doesn't take an expert. Now it takes someone with less experience to do the same thing. At what cost? This is exactly an appeal to authority, an appeal to mass. Are developers happy with the state of the industry? But wait, 2024. We have so many things solved. Now you can just npm install anything. You can create the most complicated thing you can think of based on what Theo's showing us with React. There's like a no holds bar thing here. Like it's unlimited. 62% of respondents are unhappy with the amount of technical debt that they have to deal with. This doesn't jive with me. The state of developer happiness and the state of the industry does not jive with the claims being asserted without any evidence at all whatsoever, by the way, by people who defend this lunacy. Everything's great. Use this thing. It's all good. What's happening to tech jobs right now? Are you having an easy time or a hard time finding a tech job? Even VC funding, which used to be like it was almost like you could find VC funding or just walk around the corner and there was somebody ready to VC fund you. It's not like that anymore. And it's happened since like the last 1 to 2 years. It's taken a dramatic drop. It's not fallen off the earth, but it's definitely not the same as it was before. Why? When things are so great, we can build things so easily. We have AI now. Where's all this going? The reality around you, it's the same thing as people who make absolutely retarded claims about other things which I will not get into, but they look at reality and they deny it openly. And they go, nope, everything's fine because my preferences. Because I like feeling like I'm doing very complicated things, even though I'm very inexperienced. And it makes executives and business decisions and project managers and people who love their Agile and their Jira and their Trello and all of them, makes them all feel good. You know why? Because less experienced people can make dumbass decisions with tools made by more experienced people. And they can feel good about it. But the reality is that things are not good. And I have tried to search high and low for scientific studies on the state of happiness from the consumer's perspective as to whether consumers are happy with things like how fast mobile apps work, even native ones. How good are websites these days? What about e-commerce systems? How do they feel about the e-commerce these days? Or just regular websites with regular blog content? How do they feel about that? How about desktop software? Are bugs increasing or decreasing based on the consumer's perspective? There's like no studies on that. But imagine if your clients actually had the technical ability to explain to you why what they're using feels wrong. Instead, what we've done is we've bashed our consumers over the head and said, look, this is the only way we know how to do it. And we've done the same with executives, by the way. And you want to know why? Because when the executives walk into a room of, by Theo's own concession and admission, his own words, less experienced developers doing things that more experienced developers have created a tool for, when those less experienced developers are asked to do something that a more experienced developer could do, the less experienced developers go, we can't do this. And so the executive and the consumer look around and go, well, 100 people are telling me that it can't be done. I guess this is just the way things are. This isn't a question of can we make things better or not. It's a question of have we desensitized everyone around us to not even consider whether it's even possible to do it because we've catered to the lowest common denominator of programming. We've essentially painted ourselves in a corner and then we just look away and go, no, we haven't. The corner's great. What the actual ever-living fuck? You want to see some cult-like behavior? Here's some cult-like behavior. I'm going to throw it right at you. This is exactly what I hear when I think about all the time I spent being a Jehovah's Witness. You know what? Let's just get fucking right into it, shall we? Do Jehovah's Witnesses feel that they are the only people who will be saved? Replace Jehovah's Witnesses with React developers, Svelte developers, Vue developers. Fuck it, let's go. Magento developers. No, many millions who lived in centuries past and who weren't React developers will have an opportunity for salvation. The Bible explains that in God's promised new world, there is going to be a resurrection of both the righteous and the unrighteous. Additionally, many now living may yet begin to become a React developer, and they too will gain salvation. And the implication, which they do not state explicitly here because it would be really bad for them to say it, you'll note that they say, if the time comes where God decides you will not be saved and you are not serving God, if the time comes where React decides, hey, we're going to do something and you're not using React, you will not gain salvation. In any case, it's not our job to judge who will or won't be saved. That assignment rests squarely in React developers' hands, the experts. The experts of these frameworks will get to decide who is a good developer and who is a bad developer. Do React developers believe that they have the one true framework? Those who are serious about programming should think that the one they've chosen is acceptable to business and ship it bros and executives. Otherwise, why would they be doing it? React authorities didn't agree with the view that there are many religions, many roads, all leading to salvation. Rather, he said, narrow is the gate and cramped the road, leading off into life, and few are the ones finding it. React developers believe that they've found that road. Otherwise, they'd look for another framework. This is exactly the same cult-like mentality. And when you hear people say stupid bullshit like this, you need to have a red flag. This is why I'm so opposed to this kind of thinking. Because the insinuation, and Theo conceded it himself, is that this is the only way to do it. Because if you are a less experienced developer, first of all, you're so dumb, you're not going to be able to understand the order of events on basic operations. And this is exactly what Jehovah's Witnesses tell you. No. You can't read the Bible by yourself. You cannot read the Bible by yourself because if you do that, you are highly likely to misinterpret what the Bible says. So what do you have to do? You have to trust the authority. Who is the authority? I'm not sure if it's here. Let me do a search. What is the governing body of React developers? The governing body is a small group of mature developers who provide direction for programmers worldwide. Their work is twofold. They oversee the preparation of programmer-based instruction through publications, meetings, and schools of programmers. They supervise the worldwide work of programmers by directing or proselytizing or propaganda use of developers and overseeing the use of donated assets. Thank you, whoever just did whatever on Twitch. Code Shutter, thank you for the follow. The governing body follows the pattern set by the apostles and elders, or authority programmers in the first century who made important decisions on behalf of the entire programming world. Like those faithful men, the members of the governing body are not the leaders of our programming organization. They look to programming guidelines or the programming Bible for guidance, acknowledging that there's only one true programming God, and he appointed the second true programming God as the head of all programmers. This is exactly what you're being told. Listen, you're going to import that library, and you're going to use this library and this set of build tools and this way because someone smarter than you built it. The only thing that is being held back from the words being said to you is, this is a Bible gospel you should follow. And we are the only people who can tell you the correct way to do things. It is the exact same principled reasoning as, do not read the Bible by yourself. Only the governing body, who claim to be the only people who can directly speak to God himself, they are the only people who can translate the intent of and meaning of the Bible to you. And then what they openly say is, hey, I remember doing this. I would go and knock on doors on the weekends and sometimes on weekdays, and I would knock on doors. And the entire premise of what I would say is something along the lines of, listen, there's all kinds of religions out there, whether you're religious or not. It's kind of confusing, right? Hey, look, there's all kinds of frameworks out there. The standards are all over the place, right? Whether you're a JavaScript developer, front-end developer, back-end developer, it's kind of like complicated, right? Yeah, sure. Yeah, of course. Yeah, religion is complicated. Well, have I got the answer for you? In just 12 easy steps, as long as you do this and this and this and this as dictated by some people we've decided have a direct line to God, you don't even have to think about it. It's great. All you have to do is these things in your life, and God will be happy with you. And you can be counted as one of these people. You can be counted as one of the people who will be saved. You don't even have to worry about understanding what the Bible says. You don't have to worry about understanding what's going on fundamentally at a principled level with your hardware, because somebody smarter than you with a direct line to what the hardware God has figured it out for you. The software God has figured it out for you. Here's a tool. Just follow these 12 easy steps, and it's all just, you got this, man. It's so easy for you. That is 100% cult mentality. And what it does is it's offensive to your ability to do something, and it disempowers you from actually figuring out whether you have the capability to truly understand what's going on under the hood or not. Because all that under the hood stuff is abstracted and hidden away from you. And what it does, unfortunately, is it hurts you and everyone around you. Because it means that you're handcuffing yourself, and it means that you're leaving a whole bunch of stuff at the table, including money, if that's all you care about. This is the most brain dead way I can think of to ruin an entire industry, and it's happening right before our very eyes, and cults are formed and continue to be formed around this. So just to make it super duper clear, the last thing I want anybody to be doing is taking my words as gospel. What I'm encouraging you to do is not to listen to me. It's to go and figure it out for yourself like I had to do. Because when I started out, I didn't have anybody who had massive influence and following who I could go to and just treat their word as gospel. And a lot of influencers in the tech streaming space right now are massive fucking failures to you and to me because they spew shit like this and people are not encouraged to think. CSS is not intimidating. Just because Theo thinks it might be, that doesn't mean it has to be for you. Neither is vanilla JavaScript, neither is C, hell, neither is assembly. It's not as intimidating as you might think, and it's not as incapable for you to reach as you might think. But when you hear this shit spewed over and over again on camera, yes, you're going to think it's intimidating. And when you see Apple and Meta and 100 plus team sizes using all this stuff, of course you're going to go, well, geez, all these smart people are doing this. There's no way I'll hold a candle to even being able to understand what's going on. Yes, you do. You're being lied to constantly and everyone's falling for it. You know why? Because most people think short term, and the short term gain is if we do it this way, everything is faster, including how quickly I can get my hands on money. Downwind consequences be damned. It's offensive to you and it's destroying the industry. End of rant. I'm going to find somebody to raid on the Twitch side, and that's that. I have to go. Thanks everyone for being here. I appreciate it. I hope it was useful. Let me just find somebody to do a raid over on the Twitch side. Blah, 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 blah. Reruns. Definitely don't want to do that. Lots of advent of code. ASMR, sure. Game dev, JS, maybe some of that. Lots of advent of code. Yeah, some Rust, sure. Advent of code, day 20 in C. Let's do that. Let's see. This is great. We're gonna raid this. Listen, thanks everyone. I appreciate you all being here. Thanks for hearing me rant. Yeah, have a good day. Have a good night. Wherever you are, whatever you're doing. Thank you for whoever just gave me a follow or whatever just now. I appreciate it. I have my raid thing on, so I don't see. Yeah, man. Just don't please don't buy into this bullshit. It's okay. It's okay to push back on this stuff. Okay. And, we need to be having better discussions than this, and we need to remove the ad hominem character attacks because some bro did something that you didn't like in some way. Okay. Peace out, everyone.